Anyways, I'm late. Somehow I'm late. Nice. 1 minute late. Or something like that. I don't know how to speak English. This, we got that. And we have this. Right. And this is amazing, basically. I don't know. Anyways, that's it done. Let me extract this. No, what? Let me extract this. Yeah. Let me put it over here. Yeah. And let me summon this a little bit. Let me resize this one thing. We're fine. Okay. We, as they would say, we should be ready to go. Wow. I think so, no? Anyways, yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, I will do my best and take a second to leave. So, with only 6 minutes on the clock remaining, I guess I will do a little bit of virtual. I mean, it always is virtual, no? The kind of supposedly. I will say so. No, but yeah, virtual tweeting basically. Um, yeah, virtual, virtual tweeting. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, basically that. So, what is happening? Good question, Twitter. Nothing is happening. Nothing has ever happened so far. Um, Parcel? What? What the hell is parcel? Why it is word parcel? Parcel is um, terrain, no? Parcel. Parcels. What is the usage of parcel, my man? Inflections of parcel. No, is it a normal word? Like what? No. Anyways, um, okay, something like that. And it is for a day. Which day is this? Okay. I. This is right, no? Let me see. I didn't check the time yet. 3. Okay. So that is that, and what else? What else? One more, one more. We still have, yeah, we have 2 minutes and a half. I will be capable of creating something. Creating, wow. Literally putting words into what is this, man? Into what? Into a web page. The easiest definition: a web page that stores that information until it is time to release it. But when? Okay, sometimes I think they make no sense at all. And that is my fault, probably. No, not probably my fault. But I don't know. I don't really know. That's it. So far with that, I am done with the activity called virtual tweeting, basically. So yeah, no more of that on this end. Um, I don't really know. Well, yeah, let's wait a little bit. We have 5 less seconds to go. So yeah, um, wow. Hello, everybody. Um, Once again, we do reunite here. I don't know why I am talking so quietly. Yeah, I don't really know why, but I was trying to say that I don't know where or why, but I think I picked up something like a little bit of an stuttering, and I don't really enjoy having it because it certainly is kind of weird to notice that after being capable of talking quite normally before, now I do struggle with proper communication when that should be something that I should have no problem with. But I don't really have even the capacity of pointing or, yeah, exactly noticing how it is that this ended up happening. But, anyways, hello, everybody. Sorry for going off before I was saying the proper thing. Hello, I hope we are doing well, and I hope that we can once again here tonight, at least for me, have another good session of, in this case, um, reading, as it will end up happening. So yeah, as always, it, this time around it has been almost a day or so since the last stream, and well, as always, it is nice to be back here, and it is good to have once again the opportunity of doing all of these crazy things, I will say, because yeah, they do feel amazing to realize. And I don't know, I have been lately thinking, I have been lately going back into a lot of what is the act itself of practicing thinking consciously. I will say, because you have certainly different ways in which you don't even stop to think about what is happening and such. So you do find out that in cases like this, you you end up kind of um, how to say it, thinking the bare minimum so that you do act properly on different situations. Um, but you don't really get to analyze, I will say, um, anything at all that ends up being what you had been so far worrying yourself over. And if at best you do have the chance at, yeah, at thinking, but do simply find yourself lost in what might be a little bit of over a warning about one simple topic, because I wouldn't know if it is that you choose or rather that you can't avoid to notice only the negative sides of one particular idea, but because of that, it is that then you do end up coming fully into contact with what ends up being, in these cases, the act itself of ruminating on negative things. So trying to avoid that and trying to be more, I would say, on point and more concentrated towards getting somewhere. I feel like I'm getting more ideas into paper than just randomly losing myself around, as it does happen when you are not even focused on anything at all, sadly. So in these cases, all of this ends up going because I notice that I have been really going back into my kind of older habits, and well, not kind of, fully, almost, fully back into my older habits, and it has been a weird transition, to say the least, because I remember that one of the few reasons as to why I exactly started even streaming was, well, yeah, no, there aren't just a few, but one of the many reasons, better to say, as to why I did start streaming was because I wasn't really enjoying anything else anymore. In the sense of, I remember that I did have some enjoyment brought by what was um, watching other people stream, but at the end of the day, when you, yeah, consider what I mentioned before, when you do take in into, yeah, into your conscious mind the fact that you might as well be watching someone do what you might as self, yeah, what you yourself might as well be doing, then it is that you kind of have to consciously deal with the fact that maybe you are not really doing anything at all, because at least in my case it isn't like I was watching like we do for example here nowadays. I was watching lectures, or I was watching any type of content that I was particularly interested in. I was let me leave this here. Okay, there it is. um I was simply lost in thoughts almost, and I was still trying to distract myself with different entertainments aside from video game, because this whole point was I used to play a lot of stuff, and I used to play a lot of things for the sake of simply saying that I did it, and not because I found any particular enjoyment over it. I yeah, I was rather feeling even bad at some points when I noticed how much I simply spent on purely playing. And it was later on that I learned how to not see myself so negatively, let's say, when it comes to, yeah, basically when it comes to realizing which part of the things does hold enough interest so that you do enjoy basically, in my case playing. And well, after what felt like, I don't know, um how much, approximately 3 4 4 months or so, I almost spent without really playing anything at all. And not that I simply didn't play, because I didn't enjoy it anymore, because you can always, um, for example, like it does happen now, I can always try to force myself to play something like League, and it is one of those quote unquote comfort games that I do have, where I can disconnect my brain. And because you are literally not even paying attention to what you are doing, or because everything is almost entirely based in so many instantaneous types of rewards that do make you feel good, because of those reasons, I could always enjoy um, a game like that. And I do have a lot of them, and I have obviously found that I can consistently fall back into them. But as I said before, you do also realize that sadly there is a point in which you are not simply um, enjoying your free time, but rather that you are almost robbing time out of different activities that you did need to realize in order to keep yourself from not simply procrastination itself, because it doesn't come in the way as you don't want to do those things, therefore yeah, you rob out yourself out of the possibility of enjoying those times, but rather that you do not give way to the chance of feeling or thinking about those situations in particular in any way whatsoever. Therefore, when you do face those moments, or when you are pushed against time lamps, if it is that you need against timelines, what is it? It isn't timelines, it is time constraints. Against time constraints, as in you need to deliver this one, what is it, homework, or this one work some days, or yes, in some days, in some hours, in some minutes. When you do stuff like that, you do realize that what you are really trying to achieve isn't to distract yourself from that activity, but rather that you are searching for something that is more rewarding, and by doing so, sadly, the reality ends up being that, at least in my case, I wasn't at all enjoying anything particularly nice, and I was simply, pro- yeah, providing myself with ways to not have to be present, in a certain sense. And the kind of weird thing is to see that after so much, I think it is styling to a certain extent because you do go against your own will to not have those things happen to you anymore. But also, it is another way of observing and considering, or yeah, truly, what is measuring if it is truly worth it to keep doing those things or not. That in my case, at the very least, I did find out I wasn't really getting anything out of so much spent time on these type of activities. And nowadays it feels almost weird when I do kind of catch myself doing those things. It doesn't simply happen that I, out of nowhere, catch myself doing them, and that's the end of the story. Because it rather happens that I do notice how much I am even avoiding those type of moments, from ever occurring. So it is still weird to see such an advancement when it comes to oneself, because you don't really feel sometimes like you have advanced in any way whatsoever when it comes to yourself. So you don't really have a chance at becoming kind of something better. And when you do out of nowhere get a possibility at leaving behind what was your type of problem before and what is now a problem that you have solved, and instead you have found even a solution for them consistently enough so that you do feel good realizing them. In those cases, it is that you do, mm, certainly find it to be more than enjoyable and more than, as I said before, also surprising, because I wouldn't have expected to surpass what was such a big, yeah, big problem, not for months or for days or weeks, for almost years. And it is crazy. I guess the point is, it is crazy to see that you can overcome what ends up being almost the most, um, yeah, the most obstructing problem that you have. And I don't know, I don't really stop to think about those certain things anymore. And as I said before, I have been once again going back into considering things and getting into the whole routine of trying to be more aware of as many things as I can throughout the day, because it was also through a conversation that I realized that I was kind of once again, or I don't know if once again, I think I never really paid that much attention to those problems. So it was kind of a revelation, because there is a certain extent of notion that you do hold about yourself, but there is also a certain extent of things that are even hidden to yourself because you don't even think about them as such things when you are so habituated to them consistently happening in your life. So it was when I decided to put it into words for somebody else to understand that I noticed how incredibly weird it was, even for me, to be in such a state. And this one is, I was very not paying attention to my whole um, daily life, I guess. And it ended up being consistently strange to notice also how much I was kind of out of it for the most part. And now it is, as I said, that I am trying to be more present. I guess, not that I guess, it is incredibly hard still to do so. And you can notice how much of a problem it ends up becoming because you do have an incredibly big amount of tools in that case that do help you if you want to get yourself distracted. And by avoiding those things, you need to find something that is more interesting than what does have the quality of being distractful, let's say. And in my case, that is almost impossible because for me to do something of that sort, it will mean that I have to accept that what I am doing has a certain side of worthlessness to it, and to acknowledge that what you're doing is worthless, and to do it sufficiently enough so that you don't even fall back into those habits, it ends up becoming rather, yeah, rather overwhelming. Because how would you be capable of measuring something like that sufficiently strong enough so that you don't have to deal with those problems anymore? Even when you do know that you want more strongly to keep doing those things that do feel nice rather than pushing yourself for something else. And yeah, basically in that sense, um, I don't know, I end up kind of uh, derailing from the point because the original idea was I was thinking, and because of that I ended up also noticing that, for example, we might as well try to start a little bit of a secondary, I guess, YouTube channel or something of that sort, because it is interesting to see that we don't have that much of a possibility over really putting anything out when I have been recently having so much free time and no, so much dead time. Sorry, times in time slots where I can do something else that isn't streaming, because sadly I I can't dedicate so much time to it as I can, like we are going to here today, for example. Probably, if everything goes well, around 3 hours or so. If everything goes well, things that I need to pay attention to, as it, yeah, mm, I will need to try and push myself a little bit, as it does happen that I don't consistently do so. I don't know, but basically along those lines, it is that, yeah, we also welcome Inari. um, it was a nice stream what you had there. I enjoyed watching those emote creation processes. So welcome, welcome. But yeah, basically that it ended up being crazy to see that you do. Well, in my case, I had such a possibility at what's the word? Ah, yeah, at creating anything that is kind of offline and not doing it, because at the end of the day, you always have the possibility of putting more time into what you do enjoy. And in this case, as I had been kind of hinting, this isn't something that I just find interesting in the sense of wow. It is, I don't know, it is interesting to take, for example, yeah, to take any type of mind altering substance, or to indulge in any particular uninteresting addiction. No, it is more like by doing something of this sort, what I do find is that I have to be certainly aware a lot more about what is myself and what ends up being my different um, challenges to overcome, something like that. And by creating even more um, opportunities for something like that to happen, it is that I can, in my case, as I said, become even more capable of dealing with different problems that do arise from doing something like this on one hand, and also to keep analyzing what are the different other situations in which I do also see or find myself in, where I might have a certain interest over, um, yeah, over solving the different problems that do keep arising throughout life itself. Because, yeah, unavoidably, we do talk about a lot of those situations here. So it ends up being rather positive to try and create even more opportunities for that to happen. And also, on the other hand, the same thing that I don't know how many times I have said it. I believe that it is always, but I don't really have a notion about how many. Maybe one, maybe two, maybe three. But about this thing that I believe I have said before, that is because I also do talk about things that are important. I get once again to refresh those memories inside of myself, because at the end of the day, I can't really every single day think about how important it is to, in in complete digness and in the wholeness of that topic, how important it ends up being to stay hydrated, for example, as something that we have already discussed here. But once I got the opportunity of analyzing it and going over everything that I believed I understood, and everything that I did have the idea that somehow I really was watching properly over, once those things were supposedly real, I did, yeah, I did come into contact with an even better approach, because it wasn't simply that I spout what I already knew. It was that I needed to filter everything so that it became even more comprehensible for everyone else. And I guess I also, now because of that, I understand that saying of teaching certainly is beneficial to you, because you get the chance at not simply thinking about what is it that you are saying, but also you get to consciously, while you're doing it, analyze the different messages that you are delivering, assessing what you are saying is correct or not, and consistently moderating the different concepts that are connected to that idea so that it gets fully explained to others, or at the very least, you should be trying to do that. And if somehow you do realize that what you're talking about is completely incomprehensible, you don't only get the chance of talking about something that is interesting to you, you also find out about the opportunity itself, that is to be part, yeah, be part of observing how somebody else also makes sense out of it. And even more, if you do get the pleasure of not only in this case creating something and being part of it and making it all work out, but also even more letting those creations themselves be understood by somebody else, and later on, or not creations, ideas, those ideas themselves be understood by somebody else, and also even more getting them later on to explain them to you. When you do analyze those things consistently, it is that you do get the chance at creating once again this concept of an even more refined idea, and all of those things do seem not only beneficial but rather interesting to pursue it with enough consistency so that we might as well try to create as much instances of those as we can. In my case, as I said, it tries to be born in the form of, in those dead times that I have, creating something along the lines of quote unquote offline content, as they will say, because at the end of the day, we have already gone through probably, I don't know, um, 100 different topics or so. And yeah, sadly, it has been kind of 2 months since the last time we really covered any new list of concepts and ideas and topics to discuss. But even if it has been that long, with all of the things that we have already analyzed, we do find at least sufficiently long enough so that we could try our best at analyzing what might be, in this case, an even deeper layer of ideas, and not only a deeper one, but also, as I said before, an even more defined one. So, yeah, in that sense, I say all of this basically because we will see how I do embark on such adventure. And I don't know, I still am struggling, for example, with this one notion about how it is not so beneficial to talk about different goals that you have, but I don't really make sense out of it completely because I could try to take the stance that it does make sense because you do realize that sadly you are forced to, yeah, you are forced to not be so communicative about your own views of certain ideas, as it ends up sadly being that when you do get so much validation, you might as well be forcing yourself almost to believe that you're going to succeed. And if by communicating your ideas to somebody else and they telling you that they are fine, you do not only find it um, real that this idea might go well, but also you might start to believe that it is even more capable of going better, even than what you yourself expected. So, the sad reality might as well be that because of those things, you end up finding out about how many different, not simply limitations, but rather how many simply, yeah, simply harmful ends your idea has, because you now believe that you're so much more capable at dealing with something than what you really are. And because of that same reason, sadly, later on you do get to confront reality itself when you are embarking on that one adventure. And if your own exalted idea of yourself dealing or overall, yeah, trying to perform this said action in reality doesn't match what your expectations ended up being, you to harm yourself in the process of creating anything at all. Because sadly, you do not get to experience what has not only by you but also by somebody else, and even more in the cases that you do communicate these notions to a whole community by so many people, validated as something that should supposedly go this way, and you do get to believe, I guess, that what you are doing is supposedly wrong because you're not getting the results that you were fully expecting before. And by doing so, you get uh, you confront reality in a way in which you don't believe that it is worth it to keep pushing for those particular objectives or something like that, I guess. And yeah, I kind of understand that point, but at the same time, it also feels nice, after all, to not be so, I wouldn't simply say open, but more like so, yes, so negative against the idea of saying what do you wish to do. Because at the end of the day, well, I can also understand it from that side. Because what you are doing is not only communicating your ideas, but also you, this was going to be my point, you start to leave the responsibility of holding yourself accountable for your own actions and unactions to supposedly somebody who should be caring enough to tell you about what you are forgetting to do. And if in the case that the person that you communicated that idea didn't tell you that you are not doing the things that you supposedly said you were going to do, you do get, yeah, you do not believe that after all it was so worthy. Because if it was supposedly interesting enough for you to do, and for that person to also say that it was worthy enough of doing, why they are not telling you that this is good to do when they know that you are not fulfilling your role? Um, so yeah, basically something like that ends up being, I think, um, the the explanation as to why it is kind of necessary to not communicate so much. But I don't know. I mean, after all, it also happens that at the very least, in my case, I do realize I don't really stop that much to think about the different things that I should be doing. I simply go about my life, and if at random I do find out that I want to do something, unless I can schedule it somehow, think that I never do because I live in a fully freeway form. Um, if I don't write it down, I am probably not going to do it. So trying to find accountability through different methods might as well be interesting, but it ends up being still hard because, yeah, in this case, the problem itself is how would anybody else but you be capable of understanding the necessity of this type of actions if you can't, in any way whatsoever, really communicate all of the different ideas that you hold in respect to a particular concept that you're trying to pursue, let's say. But I don't know. I mean, you can still notice how not harmful it ends up being for you to not fully commit to something on one hand, and how necessarily impactful it is for you to try and do as much as you can about your own words. I don't know. Something like that, I guess. So we will see. In this, all was brought up because I simply wanted to say, yeah, that probably, I guess this time for real, we are going to try to create something like quote unquote offline content, I guess, because so far, yeah, we haven't had enough of it yet. So yeah, I don't know. We will see later on how it goes. But yeah, basically that, I suppose. And how much I haven't already talking. I feel like I went off longer. Yeah, almost half an hour. Yeah. Uh, well, we might try to commit to the hour itself then at this point. I I say so without really being convinced if that is going to be a good idea or not. But anyways, yeah. That's it basically. We're going to see. I will probably, in that sense, try to um, rebake, as they will say, what I already created before, so that it can now be expressed in a short, clear manner. Because my main idea was to take what I already created in a sense of different videos that I did make videos, what different streams that I did make, and the different videos that I did go on about, and to give them a new shape so that they can find some, I wouldn't simply say success, but rather they can find some interesting new life inside of them so that they might get, once again, well, yeah, they might as well first and foremost get analyzed by authors on one hand. On the other, it also is, as I said, a good way to check if what I know is really well known or not. Because at least in my case, I don't really know that much about anything at all. So it ends up being, I will guess, a problem that I don't really pay that much attention to all my actions, and that I don't really pay that much attention to all the different things that I should supposedly be knowing. So, if I do find out that something that I talk about is lacking enough understanding after some time, I might as well have to also revise what I supposedly know and what not. But I don't know. I think so far it always is an interesting mental exercise or something like that, because at the end of the day, nobody's forcing you to go through things, yeah, to through experiences like that. So to give them the possibility of happening consistently and willingly is better than to have to deal with the randomness of life, where you might as well find yourself tested against concepts when you least expect it, when you are less prepared for that, and when even more you're in a desperate need of those concepts being fully known, not simply a test, but rather, um, what's this word? A life trial almost, where if you don't really know something, you might as well lose so much, because those things should supposedly be fully integrated into you so that you can utilize them in those situations, supposedly. So, yeah, I don't know. We will see how we go about those things in the future. So far now, we're yeah, we're still thinking about where to even start. I mean, I don't even know if I am going to edit stuff here, if I am not going to edit anything, if I am even going to try to edit, um, if I am going to make a new channel, if I am not going to make it. I don't know. There are certain considerations that I might try to do later on. Right now, we're simply getting started with all of this. And as I said before, trying to cement this into reality so that I can finally start to take any action at all. Because it does feel weird to to not be doing what is kind of needed. And I mean, I guess it can't be not mentioned. Uh, there are a lot of moments where you also get the chance at comparing yourself against others who are supposedly also doing their best. And in my case, it is helpful to see that part of this spark is born out of the desire to do. I wouldn't know if it is simply equally or even better than those who are fulfilling those out of those different roles, because at the end of the day you are never forced to do anything like that, and you're never forced to overwork yourself. But in that same sense, it is also that, sadly, at the very least for me, if you don't put enough work into something that you supposedly do desire, then if you don't get the result that you were expecting, you might as well not be really expecting something that should be directly con- yeah, directly attributed to the amount of efforts that you did. You are simply expecting the results that should have been born out of the perfect completion of the task that you didn't commit yourself to. Something like that. But I don't know, I mean, it always is, in that same sense, crazy to see that nobody's really forcing us to do anything to such an extent, and that being so much accountable about your own actions ends up being the best way, supposedly, to go about them. But I don't know. That is a start, I will say. Later on, we will see how we go about it. For now, at the very least, we are sufficiently content with having a starting point and a starting line and such. But yeah, um, I don't know. At this point, I we're not even close. I was going to say we're probably done with so much talking. No, no, sadly we're not. We still have like 10 minutes. Let me drink water. Meanwhile. But yeah, basically something like that. I guess. Later on we will see how I do go over it and how I do realize those things. And as I said, mostly commit to them, because that is the hardest part, commitment to anything at all. And I don't know. I don't really get a chance at thinking out different uh, problem situations that I do find myself in. So once again, bringing some light into these different things is interesting and also necessary and also beneficial. So yeah, basically that. For now, yeah, I don't know. I I might have run out of brain juices to keep exploiting all of that. So far, we might as well try to simply jump into the book at this point. I will say because I certainly have nothing more to add. What I mean, the reality is, sadly, I always find myself saying stuff like that because I do wish to not over deepen into something that might as well be overwhelmingly complicated. I don't really believe it is complicated, and even more, the biggest problem that I started to have is I have found myself so accustomed to believing that I ended up doing the thing I wanted the least to happen, and that is to go deeper than what some people is even capable of following, so that they even need to take notes. I mean, I don't really get that. I don't really get how can somebody watch somebody like me believe that I am saying anything interesting in that sense or anything beneficial, but I don't know. I mean, that probably is also part of the what is it? It isn't the imposter syndrome. It is more like I don't really observe myself as an outsider. Therefore, I don't really realize the moments in which I am doing something outstanding, or in this case, um, outside of the norm, so that somebody can't really follow it as a normal conversation because it ended up going deeper than what ended up being the norm in a normal conversation. So if I do pull up different concepts that might as well be more complicated than the norm, I then find myself struggling against the act. No, not the act. The desire to keep it understandable enough. But I mean, not only it happens because of that, it also still is a reality. Even more because everybody does struggle a little bit against those situations. And in my case, what I don't find myself struggling with is um, limiting how much I do, as I said before, mention different ideas that are related to what I am mentioning. So in these cases, I sadly tend to overdo it and tend to, mm, yeah, tend to bring up things that are unrelated completely. So they can't be in any way processed like normal, I guess. I don't know if it is because they are not normal or because they are more, I don't know. They are the norm for me, so I don't really get to say that they are not normal in my case. But yeah, basically that. I I overworry too much about going deeper than what is necessary or going deeper than what is beneficial for anybody trying to follow this. And sadly, by doing so, I do limit myself. That is also the biggest problem in this case because at the end of the day, I think in my case at the very least I will rather enjoy somebody who does go as deep as it is, yeah, as it is necessary for their ideas to be fully explained than to have them stop themselves because, well, I mean, yeah, that is also a big part of this, to not take the subject who is in front of me as somebody who is dumb enough to not understand what I am saying. Because, I mean, yeah, it is kind of even insulting to say it like that. Because if you are trying not only to understand this, but even more, if you are trying your best to understand it to the level, to the extent to which you even take note of what is being said here, you are showing that you are putting as much as you can of yourself, mm, yeah, for the desire or for the with the interest in mind of getting what is being talked about and getting what are the different things mentioned. Because in this case, as I said, everybody can feel that something minimally interesting is happening. Even if I myself don't really feel like anything like that is going on, you can minimally say or notice that something of that sort is true. Therefore, you're trying your best to also follow the plotline or storyline or whatever we try to define it as, because you end up seeing that it is beneficial to do so, and by trying to do so, in your case, you do notice that it is almost necessary for you to have different tools to aid yourself with, and if because on my end, I don't really utilize the act of taking notes or analyzing that many different things that are being said, because I somehow believe that I am superior to that. Simply a thing born out of being egotistic as fuck in my case, I guess. Um, it doesn't really mean that anybody else can't really function as good or even more better than me when it comes to understanding things, because they are using those tools. So yeah, it ends up being, as I said, insulting to believe that because you are doing something like that, I am going faster than what is necessary, or I am not giving you the chance of understanding what I am talking about. It is kind of the opposite. You're doing your best, and it is rather it is rather insulting to say or to hear, I guess, that what the fuck, you are not. You're utilizing the tools that were provided by life themselves, by life itself to you. How stupid are you, my man? So yeah, I guess I don't really think that much about those things, certainly. But I mean, I say that right now. I don't know if in the future I can still hold that notion. I, I wish so, because it certainly in this case it feels like it is kind of closer to the truth that not even paying attention. But I don't know. I don't know. I wish. I wish. I wish it wasn't as hard to be capable of empathizing with others. In my case, I guess, because it is simply a case of empathy or something like that. I mean, empathy is also a complex word, because it doesn't simply mean that you can put yourself in the boots of the other one. It also means that you can see things as they see them, in the way in which you stop feeling like things are negative, because you're simply uh, being pitiful towards someone when you say, wow, poor you, because you have to use these things. It is a rather, I feel, okay, I guess I feel rather good if I have the possibility of learning about something to the extent to which I can even take notes about it and can even find it interesting enough so that I can go as deep as the one who is talking about them does, or even deeper, because the idea itself is interesting. So yeah, I don't know. I think being disrespectful like that end up simply appearing, because I don't really, yeah, I don't really have that much of a of a capacity towards realizing that I am so. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think with that, we're kind of good so far. I guess it was once again a productive session, thinking session, as they will say. Um, but yeah, we will see. We will see. We will see what ends up happening from here on, as always. Things to do, things to not to do anymore. Nice, nice, certainly nice and enjoyable. Um, spur of the moment, thinking, thinking place. I mean, I will recommend it to anybody. I would recommend it to simply anybody who wants to do a little bit of thinking at all. But I don't know. Yeah. Um, now, I don't think we need to go that much more deeper into this. Let us simply, now for real, go into what is the matter at hand that we need to attend to. That is reading. Wow. Uh, what is it? Okay. Okay, we have this, and we have that, and we have done. Yeah. So yeah, now for real. Reading. We're almost at the hour mark. No. I mean, we went over the hour mark. So yeah, basically that's it. Now for real. Mahabharata itself, because yeah, even if your thinking is good, there also needs to be something else, and even more because we said that we are going to do it here, so we might as well go for that. But yeah, wow, Mahabharata, I cannot believe it. Who found this book? Where? Why are we reading this? I have no idea at this point. But yeah, we're continuing with this. In a second. I want water. Okay, yeah. So, Mahabharata book, a thing that is rare, as they will say. We left, we finished last time. We closed our last session on the Canto 59. That is what we read at last. Um, and now we're continuing as always from the next one. That is Canto 60. So far, I think in this case I didn't read through what was the different things that we mentioned. Um, but if my memory serves me right, it was about. Yeah, okay, yeah. I usually did a little bit of cheating over here, but we are reading a secondary story once again, and a story inside of the main story that is inside of the overarching story of the Mahabharata. We are reading about a lesson that can be learned from, was it? I don't remember, a family, and how. Yeah, I don't even remember what was the purpose behind learning about this. I think it was to observe how things. Yeah. This guy, Arjuna, as in one of the main characters, said, I have it so bad in life, and the point that is being made with this whole story is, no, you don't, man. You certainly are not the human that is suffering the most throughout all of humanity. This one guy in this example has had it worse than you, so you might as well try to calm down, brother, because you are not going through the worst of the struggles in life. You are simply doing fine, and you need to chill for a little bit because uh, this might as well be another one of those problems that can be overcome, I guess. So yeah, that's where we left. Now I finally remember, and I don't really remember exactly where on this story it is that we left. I think it was after they did play some dice and they did play some the last cantos were this guy who had it worse than Arjuna got the most beautiful woman on earth, and it was so beautiful that she was literally courted by four different gods. These gods got rejected by her because she wanted the most beautiful man on earth, and these four gods were fine with that and even accepted and gave both of them their blessings. But what happened was sadly, um, later on, a fifth god also came into the scene and said that that he also wanted her as his a woman. So he ended up going to this human and um, condemning him, no, possessing him, because he wanted to get his revenge supposedly on this one human that got what the god himself wanted. So sadly, I think it happened, no? That he lost. Yeah, yeah. We are saying this basically that this guy is losing everything because he's being possessed and he's going fully crazy because of the possession, and he's playing off everything that is on his hands as he isn't even himself basically. So he's doing out of that, and yeah, that's the lesson that we're going to keep observing. But I think it is also kind of a pretty straight message. And even if it isn't the straightest one, it still has a lot of different things that are interesting to observe. Mostly, at least I think so, because one of the few things is it doesn't have that many fully deep cantos, but the ones that do have some message inside of it have such deepness that you can consider them interesting enough to what is it to compensate for the ones that aren't. But basically that, yeah. Without further ado, we might as well finally fully start. Uh, yeah, basically that. I don't really need to mute to take a look, right? Do I? No, I won't. Anyways, yeah. Canto 60. Nalopagiana Parva continue. Brihadaswa says, Bhima's daughter, the calm Damayanti, saw her husband maddened by the dice, and she was full of alarm. She saw how critical the situation was, for he had lost almost everything. She said to her nurse and maidservant, Brihatsena, go and summon the councillors in the name of Nala, and tell them also what wealth has been lost and what remains. The councillors heard Nala's summon and said, This is fortunate for us. They came to the king, along with all the people, for the second time. Damayanti informed Nala of their coming, but he ignored her, and she returned in shame to her apartments. Hearing that the dice rolled constantly against Nala and that he had lost everything, she said again to her nurse, Brihatsena, go again in Nala's name and fetch the charioteer Barsneya, for this is a crisis. Brihatsena had Parsneya summoned by trusted servants, and the blameless Damayanti said softly to the Sarathi, You know how good the king has always been to you. He is in trouble now, and you must help him. The more the king loses to Pushkara, the more ardently he wants to play on. The dice fall obedient to Pushkara and roll against Nala. He is so possessed by the game that he does not listen to his friends and family, not even to me. Oh, Sarati, I seek your protection. My heart is weak within me, and I fear the king will come to grief. I beg you, yoke Nala's favorite horses, swift as the mine, and take these twins, my son and daughter, in the royal chariot to Kundina. Leave them there with my king, Sarati, and then do as you will. Either remain there yourself or go anywhere else that you please. Nalia's charioteer reported what Damayanti said to the chief officers of the king. With their assent, he then set out for Vidarbha, taking the children in his rata, leaving the boy Indrasena and the guild Indraseni, and also that best of chariots and those finest of horses with Bhima, and his heart full of sorrow for Nala. Barsneya the Sarati wandered here and there for some time, then arrived in Ayodhya and entered the service of King Ritapurna as his charioteer. Um, and we repeated the last canto. Good one. Anyways, now we're starting where we should have started before. Canto 61. I won't comment on that. Canto 61. Naropakiana Parva continuing. Brihadaswa says, After Barsneya left, Pushkara won Nala's kingdom and what remained of his wealth. Then, longing, he said to Nala, Let us play on. But what will you stake now? You have lost everything you own, except Damayanti. I am prepared to accept her as a wager if you will put her up. Nala listened to Pushkara and felt his heart would burst in anger, but he did not say a word. Only gazing at his adversary in anguish, Nala stripped all the precious ornaments from every part of his body. Wearing just a single piece of cloth, his body uncovered, all his wealth lost, having brought great grief to all his friends, the king set out from his city. Damayanti, also clad in one piece of cloth, followed him. Coming to the outskirts of the city, Nala stayed there for 3 nights with his wife, but Pushkara had it proclaimed that anyone who gave shelter to Nala or paid him the least attention will be put to death. No citizen of Yudhishthira dared show Nala any regard or hospitality. Nala passed 3 nights upon the city's hem, living just on water, ruled by hunger. The king went in search of fruit and roots, Damayanti following him. After many days in agony from starving, Nala saw some birds of golden plumage, and the mighty lord of the Nishadhas thought, this will be my banquet today, and also my wealth. He covered them with a single cloth which he wore, but in a flash the birds rose up into the sky with that last garment. They looked down at Nala, now standing naked and stricken, his face torn down in shame. And those rangers of the sky said to him, "O you of small sense, you are the dice with which you played. We came here to take away your clothes, for we wanted to see you go naked from here." No, Nala now said to Damayanti, "They whose anger took my kingdom from me, they who have ravaged me with hunger, they who keep me from finding food, who kept the Nisargas from offering me any hospitality, have now come as birds and taken away my last cloth. Ah, I have plunged into disaster, and my mind and senses reel with grief. I am your lord still, so listen to what I say and do as I ask. It is for your own good. These many roads lead to the southern country, passing by the city of Avanti and the Rikshavat mountains. This is the mighty Vindhya. Yonder, the river Payasbini runs seawards, and there are the asramas of the rishis, where many roots and fruit grow. This road leads to the country of the Vidarbhas, and beyond that is the land of the Kosalas. Beyond these roads to the south is the Dravida country. Leave me and go there. Over and over, the almost deranged Nala repeated these words to Damayanti, at which, in grief, her voice full of tears, Damayanti said piteously to the Nishadha, "O king, my heart trembles and my limbs turn weak to think of your purpose. How can I go, leaving you alone in this forest, having lost your kingdom and wealth, naked, worn with hunger and exhausted? When you think of it, your old felicity in this deep banana grave, I will soothe your sorrow, great king. All the physicians say that in every sorrow there is no physic equal to a wife. It is the truth, O Nala, that I speak." Nala replied, "Slander wasted Damayanti. It is even as you say. To a man in distress, there is no friend or medicine that is equal to his wife. But I do not seek to renounce you. So why are you in dread? Faultless one, I can forsake myself, but you I can never leave." Damayanti said, "Mighty king, if you do not intend to forsake me, then why do you point out the way to the country of the Vidarbhas? I know, my lord, that you will not desert me, but, lord of the earth, your mind is sorely disturbed and you might desert me. Best of men, repeatedly you point out the road which leads out of here, and you swell in my sorrow. Oh, godlike, if you intend that I go to the country of my king, then let us both go to the land of the Vidarbhas. The king of the Vidarbhas will receive you with honor, and you will live happily in our home." I mean, Yeah. There is a very easy reading to make there, and that is this one mention of the concept that here all the physicians say that in every sorrow there is no physic equal to a wife. Um, that is the supposedly most attracting idea here to particularly mention because you can always trace things like this as concepts that are inside of the Mahabharata, which now by nowadays standard might make no sense at all. But I don't know. I think sometimes I do play too hard against the Mahabharata itself instead of simply trying to see how this can be interpreted as minimally true. Because in this case, at the very least, I can observe how you could make it the case that somebody like a wife might as well be unrivaled. Yeah, unrivaled in this world because the amount of understanding that is born out of who supposedly should be your equal in life can obviously not be matched by anything else. Because in the Mahabharata, the role that the wife holds in life is the soulmate that you do find for yourself, or the different soulmates that you do have in the case of being in a marriage with different with multiple wives. But the idea itself is that obviously the one who should almost mirror your soul um, would be the best one to mm, console your problems and to give you relief from the pain that is the different distresses that find you in life. It does make sense, and it does also have a lot of things that are by themselves interesting enough, but on one hand it is true, on the other it kind of sadly happens that if you're trying to consider this as a real, you need to observe the different parts, yeah, of the saying that you should supposedly have somebody who is fully connected to you, and if you don't find a perfect match of a wife, what you end up having is somebody who is obviously not even going to serve the role of physician for you. Kind of logical enough. But I don't know, I think, yeah. The point itself is that basically, and if it is in your hands to find somebody who is proficient enough at that, I guess. It is, yeah, it isn't expressed like that, but obviously, if you fail to have a good wife, then you shouldn't blame, I guess, the Mahabharata for not giving this particular phrase complete execution of itself. I don't know, something like that. Uh, but yeah, what else might be interesting? Because I don't know. I think there is not only that is interesting. There might as well be another spark of um, yeah, of knowledge instead of this one canto. Let me let me rapidly skim it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't remember if the if yeah, yeah. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, it happened. It was true that the dices were somebody who was capable of changing their shape and form and such. But who else was it that? Okay, what ends up being interesting is the notion itself that in this case the dices come back to take even his last clothes to fully strip him out of everything that he had. In the sense that I kind of believe it might as well be something along the lines of when you are so close to the void, as in having nothing, what is very apparent is that you do find yourself once again having nothing else to lose in your mind. But the reality is, those last possessions that you hold are so fragile that even the simplest of the challenges might be might betray you, let's say, so that you do the part with everything else that was in your hands. Something like that, because supposedly birds shouldn't have been that impossible to catch. And even more for somebody like this king who was supposedly so capable of everything. And yeah, I guess the second part of the message is, because you are so um, overcome with the sadness of having lost almost everything else, now even a challenge that shouldn't have been that hard for you seems not simply seems was impossible for you to realize, and you ended up even failing at that. So yeah, something along those lines, I guess. Interestingly enough, no, I feel like it is kind of the message there, because once again, this isn't even not directly hinted at, but that might as well be a possible interpretation, I guess. Now, sadly, we'll have to take a tiny adult break, because I need I, um, I give me a second, please. But yeah, that is the whole canto. What is it? 61, I think. Give me a second. Um, wow. We're back, I guess. Yeah. This is going to be harder than what I expected. But anyways, wow. Um, we were over here. I wanted to check because I don't even remember which canto this was in particular. Let me see that. Canto. I think it was 61. No, yeah, 61. Nice. So basically, that's everything that I have to say about 61. Um, that is our thank you. Now for real, continuing. Canto 62. Nalopakiana Parva continued. Nala said, "Surely your father's kingdom is my own, but I will not go there in this condition. Once I appear there in glory, increasing your joy, how can I go there now in misery, augmenting your grief?" Saying this again and again to Damayanti, King Nala, wrapped in half a garment now, comforted his wife, both of them sharing her single cloth. Weary with hunger and thirst, they wandered on weakly. They wandered on weakly, and at last came to a wayside shelter for travelers, a meager shed. Arriving there, the king of ten Shadhas sat down on the bare earth, with the princess of Bidarbha, sharing the same piece of cloth, dirty and haggard, stained with dust. Exhausted, they fell on the ground, plunged so abruptly in distress, the delicate and innocent Damayanti, every mark of fortune upon her body, fell into a deep slumber. But Nala, his heart and mind distraught, could not sleep as he used to. He thought about losing his kingdom, the desertion by his friends, and his distress in the wilds. He thought to himself, to what avail? My living on? Is that better for me now? But can I desert my wife, who is so devoted to me and suffers this hardship for my sake? But if I leave her, she might find her way to her relatives. She is absolutely loyal, and if she stays with me, distress can be her only lot. While, if I leave her, she might find fortune and even happiness again someday. Reflecting upon this repeatedly, he concluded that he should leave Damayanti. He also thought she has lofty fame, auspicious fortune. She is devoted to me, her husband, and no one will harm her on her way. Such is her Texas. It was the evil king influencing his mind to desert Damayanti. Nala then thought that they were sharing her single cloth, and he wanted to cut half of it away for himself. He thought, how shall I divide this garment so that my beloved does not awaken? Thinking of this, he based that shelter on, O Mahabharata. He found a handsome sword lying nearby, unsheathed. That Parantapa used the blade to shear away one half of the cloth. Then, throwing the weapon aside, he left the daughter of Bidharva asleep and walked away. But his heart failed him, and he returned to the shelter, and seeing Damayanti again, burst into tears. He said, Alas, my beloved, whom not the wind or the sun has seen before, lies forsaken and wretched on bare ground, wearing a single cloth. Ah, what will she of the luminous smiles do when she awakens alone? Who will be my beautiful daughter? Find her way through this forest full of wild animals and snakes. Oh, blessed one, may the Adityas and the Vasus and the twins winds together with the Marutas protect you, your virtue being your best guard. Saying this softly to his wife, whose beauty was unmatched in the world, Nala, deranged by Kali, tried to live again. He came back again and again, helplessly hauled away by Kali but pulled back by love, and it seemed as if the heart of the world's king was torn in two, and like a swing, he kept going out from the shelter and coming back into it. At length, after lamenting long and piteously, Nala, entirely stupefied by Kali, went away, forsaking his sleeping wife. Bereft of reason through Kali's touch, the king left in sorrow, leaving Damayanti alone in that solitary forest. Hmm. Okay, okay. I think it does it really make sense? I don't really know. Uh, yeah, kind of hard to fully figure out what. Yeah, the biggest point is always what is, um, in this case, the idea of love pulling harder than what ends up being the possession of a god of a god itself, because we are not talking about simply Yeah, we're not talking about a missile um, enchantment by our quote unquote um, random Brahmana who is not so important, but rather something so grievously intense caused by one of the gods here on the story. So it should be pretty obvious that the capacity that love has to keep this deranged man from committing what is one of the biggest errors that he, so far as it seems, ended up doing so, um, or committing to, is remarkably important. But I don't know, I mean, you can say that on one hand, but on the other, the reality is yeah, is that he still didn't avoid doing what the god commanded him to, or what the god manipulated him into. Uh, yeah, that kind of hard to make that argument in that sense, but yeah, I don't know, I don't know. I don't think there is really an opportunity for such a question here, even more sadly because you don't really get to observe anything of that sort when it comes to yeah, when it comes to something like this, I guess. Sadly, no. Anyways, that is the first point I can make, and the other one that is kind of obvious is how fuck a random sword appears out of nowhere in the hat. I I am pretty sure it is because of the god, because you can always make the uh, excuse, let's say, as in, wow, but the plot needed a way to advance, so that's why this sword appeared in that house, even though it was never mentioned before. That is kind of disingenuous here, or kind of depressingly realizing, wow, yeah, and this is also not a real story because at the end of the day, um, there are no gods in the form of humans here, and nobody is being directly controlled by a god in this world so far. So this makes no sense to keep reading on at all. I don't know. I think the possibility of believing that this sword might as well be there because of a reason is more interesting than what I just explained. But the explanation itself as to why it happened is kind of hard to point out exactly. I think it is something along those lines, no? That because he was already being manipulated by the god, the way in which he was kind of terminated was with the appearance of a sword, in this case, yeah, of a tool, in this case the sword, to fully fulfill the contract so that he had nothing else to remain attached to. As in, I don't know, I mean, you can see it like that on one hand, but on the other, there is also a problem, and that is what is the real importance of analyzing something like this? Because what ends up being said is conditions get put against you when so many times reality isn't so much focused about who you are or who, yeah, who yourself end up being with. If many, if not everything that happens on life is created out of humans, I mean, you can see it as a disease probably, but there are no. I mean, it is insulting, yeah, but there are no gods who directly rule who gets to be with whom nowadays. I don't know. I mean, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't know fully what is the point of this, but continuing anyways. That is so far Canto 62. Now we might as well go into Canto 63. Nolapakiana Parva continued. Brihadas says, O king, some time after Nala had left, the exquisite and timorous Damayanti awoke in that lonely forest, not finding her lord Naishadha. She screamed in fright, "My husband, have you abandoned me? I am lost, undone. Oh, I am terrified in this dreadful jungle. Illustre Kshatriya, you're always truthful and you know Dharma well. Then how have you deserted me while I slept in this wilderness? Oh, why have you left your wife, who is devoted to you, who has never wronged you, even when everyone else has abandoned you? King of men, you said in the presence of Telokapalas that you would always be true to me. Purusharisabha. It is only because mortals die when their time comes that I am alive for even a moment after you have left me. Bulak among men, enough of this joke, irrepressible one. I am terribly afraid. Lord, show yourself to me. I see you. I see you hiding in the bushes. Why don't you answer me? You're very cruel, Nala, that you see me in this plight, but do not come to comfort me. I do not grieve for myself, nor anything else. I only grieve to think how you will pass your days alone in the evening, savage by hunger, thirst and tiredness under the trees. How will you live without seeing me, without having my comfort? The youngest Damayanti began to dash here and there, sobbing and wailing. Now the helpless princess would sprang up, then sink down to the ground again. Now she shrank in terror, and then she wept aloud, sighing, burning with grief. Bhima's daughter sobbed, "He through whose course Nala suffers this grief will suffer torment worse than ours. May the evil one who has reduced the sinless Nala to this little life of greater misery than ours, bearing greater ills." So lamenting, the Grand Queen of Nala began to seek her husband in that forest, which teemed with predators. Crying bitterly, the daughter of Bhima wandered dementedly, like a mad woman, exclaiming, "Alas! Oh, king!" as she wailed loudly, like a female osprey, and grieved unceasingly and lamenting piteously, she came near a gigantic serpent. The huge and hungry snake suddenly seized Bhima's daughter, who had come within its striking range, folded in serpent's coils. In pain, she still wept not for herself, but for her Naishadha. She cried, "Oh, Nala, why don't you rescue me now that this snake has seized me in this wild place? Naishadha, how will you bear it when you think of me? Oh, Lord, why have you gone away, abandoning me in this jungle? When you are freed from your curse and regain your mind and your wealth, what will you do when you come to remember me? Sinless one, who will comfort you when you're tired, hungry, and feel faint? O tiger among kings!" As she cried all this aloud, a hunter ranging through that deep pana heard her and ran to the place. Seeing the doe-eyed beauty in the coils of the snake, he cut off the serpent's head and freed Damayanti. He sprinkled water over her, fed and consoled her, O Bharata. Then Tevetala asked her, "Who are you, O gazelle-eyed, and why have you come into this jungle? Beautiful one, how did you fall into this extreme misery?" Damayanti told him everything, looking at her wearing half a cloth, her breast deep and her hip round, her limbs flawless and delicate, her face like the full moon, her long lashes curved, her speech as sweet as honey. The hunter became inflamed. In the grip of Kamadeva, he began to console her in a soft voice, with smooth words. The chaste Damayanti immediately understood his intentions. She blazed up in anger. The wild fellow, in the grip of lust, also grew angry and tried to force himself on her, who was fierce as a flame. Already stricken past endurance, Damayanti cursed him in fury. "I have never even thought of another man other than Naishadha, so let this wretch who subsists on the hands fall dead." As soon as she said this, the hunter fell lifeless on the ground, like a tree consumed by fire. How? Exactly how? Is there going to be an explanation here? She said, what? She isn't a Brahman. How did this happen? What? I don't know. I will prefer to simply continue in this case because what? I lack a proper explanation as to how this out of nowhere happened, I think. Anyways, yeah, I have what? I have no idea. Continuing. Canto 64. Nolapakiana Barba continued. Brigadaswa continues, having killed the hunter, Damayanti of eyes like lotus, lips walk on through that fearful and solitary forest, which rang with the chirping of crickets. Tevana abounded with lion, leopard, ruru, tiger, bison, bear, and deer. It swarmed with birds of various species and was, besides, infested by bandits and Lelechta tribes. Salatrees grew there, bamboo, lavas and aswathas, tindukas and ingudas, kinsukas and arjunas, aristas, sanchanas, nimbas, and tinisas, Siandana, salmalas, and hambus, and mango trees, and lotras, and kadiras, and again, and pandiacas, and amalacas, and plakshas, and kandavas, and udumbaras, and badaris, and bilvas, and banyas, and priyalas, and palms, and date trees, and haritakas, and bibhitakas, the princess of Bidharba saw many mountains with loads of precious minerals of diverse kinds, and groves resounding with the music of wind chores, and many glades of great beauty, and many rivers and lakes, and tanks, and all manners of birds and beasts. She saw numberless nagas and bisachas and rakshasas of green visage, and pools and rillets and hillocks, and brooks and fountains of wonder. Herds of bison Damayanti saw, sounders of boar and solitary bears and snakes in that pristine wilderness, saving her virtue, glory, good fortune, and patience. Damayanti wandered through those forests alone, in search of Nala. Bhima's royal daughter was not frightened by anything, feral creature or sight. In the fearsome Bana, she only grieved at being apart from Nala. O king, she sat down upon a flat stone, full of sorrow, her every limb trembling, and she lamented. O king of the Nishadhas, you with the mighty arms and broad chest, where have you gone, leaving me in this lone forest? O Kshatriya, you performed the Aswamedha and other sacrifices, gave profuse gifts. Then, why have you betrayed me, Purushabhyagara, best of men? O you of great splendor, O auspicious one, don't you remember what you swore to me, Raharishabha? Remember what the swan said to both of us. Tiger among men, all the four Vedas together, with the Angas and Upangas, mastered and only equal to a single truth spoken and honored. So, Parantapa, honor the oath you swore to me. Alas, O Kshatriya, O Nala, sinless one, being yours, I am about to die alone in this dreadful forest. Oh, why don't you answer me? This terrible lord of the forest, of green face and gaping jaws, and famished with hunger, fills me with fear. Should you not deliver me, you will always ask, other than you there is no one that I love. Oh, blessed king, keep your word to me now. Nala, why don't you go back to your wife, who is demented with grief and wailing here? She that you love and who loves you in return. Lord of the earth, O large-eyed, honored one, bane of your enemies, don't you see me here, emaciated, distraught and pale, wearing a half piece of clothes, alone, crying, desolate, and like a solitary doe separated from the herd? Nala, it is I, Damayanti, devoted to you, who alone in that great forest that speaks to you. Why don't you reply? Oh, I do not see you today upon this mountain, Lord of men, you of noble beard and character, your every limb so full of grace. Whom shall I ask in this terrible forest, full of lions and tigers? O King of the Nisarkas, foremost of men, enchancer of my sorrows, if you are lying down, sitting or standing nearby, or gone, grief-stricken as I am, whom shall I ask? Have you seen Nala in the jungle? Do you know where the noble and handsome Nala, scourge of his enemies, has gone? From whom shall I hear the sweet words? The real Nala is here. Look, here comes the king of the jungle, the lordly tiger, his cheeks high and the four fangs showing. I will accosting him fearlessly and say, you are the lord of all beasts and king of Tisvana. I am Damayanti, daughter of the king of the Vidharvas, and the wife of Nala, Parantapa, king of the Nisargas. I am distraught and grief-stricken, seeking my husband alone in this forest. King of beasts, comfort me with news of Nala, if you can, or, best of animals, free me from my misery by devouring me. Alas, he stalks away without responding. Look, this king of mountains, this, this, which one? Is he still talking? But look, eh? This king of mountains, this lofty and sacred hill crested with countless peaks, hears my piteous appeals and seems to loll towards the sea. Let me, then, ask the mountain king for tidings of my Nala, this beautiful, this lord of mountains with so many heaven kissing and many hued and beautiful peaks, abounding in precious ores, decked with gemstones of diverse kinds, and rising like a banner over this great forest, the mountain upon whom lions and tigers and elephants and boars and bears and stags roam, the mountain which echoes with the songs of birds of every kind, mountain adorned with kinsukas and asokas and bakulas and punagas, with blossoming carnicaras and davas and plaxas, and with streams teeming with waterfowl of every kind. O sacred one, O best of mountains, O you wondrous spectacle, O celebrated massive, O refugee of the distressed, O most auspicious one, I bow to you, O pillar of the earth, approaching, I bow to you, knowing me for a king's daughter, and a king's daughter-in-law, and a king's wife. I am the Mayanti, daughter of Bhima, mighty warrior king of the Vidharvas, protector of the four Varnas, that best of kings, performed the Rahasuyanas Vatmedha Yagnas, with bountiful gifts to Brahmanas. Bhima of the beautiful and large eyes, distinguished for his devotion to the Vedas, of blemishless character, always truthful, devoid of guile, gentle, powerful, lord of immense wealth, bears in Dharma, and pure, has vanquished all his enemies and protects all the people of Vidharva. Holy mountain, I am that Bhima's daughter, come to you in direst straits, that best of men, the renowned king of the Nisargas, Virasena of towering fame, was my father-in-law, his heroic and beautiful son, of invincible prowess, who rules well the kingdom of he inherited from his father. It's called Nala. Know, O mountain, that I am the wife of that golden complexioned slayer of foes, devoted to Brahmanas, bears in the Vedas, gifted with eloquence, that righteous and soma-drinking and fire-adoring king, who performed great sacrifices and is both liberal and warlike, who punishes evil men. I am his innocent queen who stands before you. Having lost all that we owned and also my husband now, I have no one to protect me anymore, and I have come before you in deep distress. I have come seeking my husband. Oh, foremost of mountains, with your hundreds of peaks towering into the sky? Have you seen Nala in this fearful jungle? Have you seen my husband, that king of the Nisargad, the illustrious Nala, with the dread of a mighty elephant, blessed with great intelligence, long-armed, and of fiery Texas, possessed of prowess and patience and courage and high fame? Ah, best of mountains, you see me lamenting alone, overwhelmed by sorrow. Then why don't you comfort me with your voice, as your own daughter in distress? Oh, mighty Kshatriya, oh, warrior of truth and prowess, oh, you who know every particular of Dharma, oh, Lord of the earth, if you are in this forest, O king, show yourself to me. Ah, when will I hear the voice of Nala again? Gentle and deep as that of the clouds, that voice sweet as Amrita, of my illustrious king calling me Vidharva's daughter, in accents clear, rich and holy, and musical as the chanting of the Vedas, and soothing all my sorrows. Nala, I am frightened. Virtuous one, comfort me. Having said all this to that greatest of mountains, Damayanti walked towards the north, and having gone 3 days and night, she came to an incomparable Tapobana of rishis, as beautiful as a grove in heaven. She saw great sages that adorned the Tatas Rama, Valmiki, Brigu, and Atri, all holy men, at stern tapasya, their senses and minds restrained, some living on water, some on air, and some on fallen leaves, passions in check, evidently blessed, clad in barks of trees and deer skins, seeking the way to salvation. The Mayantis spirits revived seeing that charmed hermitage of Munis, where herds of deer grazed and monkeys frolicked in the trees. That beast of woman, her eyes large and black, her brows graceful, her dresses long, her hips wide, her bosom deep, her face perfect, her teeth like pearls, her form lustrous and noble, entered that hermitage. She saluted those ascetics, grown old, practicing their austerities, and stood humbly before them. They said to her, "Welcome, sit down and tell us what we can do for you." Damayanti said, "Sinless and most blessed Munis, is all well with your tapasya, your sacrificial fire, religious observances, and your spadharma, and is all well with the beasts and bears of this asrama?" They answered, "Beautiful, illustrious woman, prosperity attends us in every way. But you, oh you of faultless limbs, tell us who you are and what you seek. Seeing your lovely form and your bright splendor, we are amazed. Do not grieve, blameless, blessed one, tell us, are you the Devi of this forest, or of this mountain, or of this river?" Damayanti replied, "Brahmanas, I am not the goddess of this forest, or of this mountain, or of this stream, or riches of ascetic wealth. I am a human woman. I will tell you about my life in detail. I beg you, listen to me. There is a king called Bhima, the mighty ruler of the Vidharvas, and all the Vihotamas. I am his daughter. Nala was a ruler of the Nishadhas, heroic, of great renown, always victorious in battle, and learned, is my husband, the large-eyed Nala, his face like the full moon, who always worships the gods, who is devoted to Brahmanas, guardian of the line of the Nishadhas, of mighty energy, of great strength, truthful, conversant with Dharma, wise, unwavering in keeping his word, crusher of his foes, devout, graceful, conqueror of hostile towns, foremost of kings, equal in splendor to the king of the Devas. He performs great sacrifices, knows the Vedas well, and the Rangas, destroys his enemies in battle, is as splendid as the sun and the moon. That king devoted to truth and dharma was summoned to play dice by some deceitful and evil ones, skilled at gambling, and he had his kingdom and his wealth taken from him. Monis, I am the wife of that Raharishabka, and my name is Damayanti. My lord has gone missing, and I am desperate to find him. I am wandering through forests and among mountains, lakes, rivers, and tanks, in sorrow, in search of my husband. Nala, skilled in battle, high souled, and a master of weapons. O Rishis, has Nala, lord of the Nishadhas, come to this beautiful ashram of yours? It is for him, O Brahmanas, that I have come to this forest full of terror, haunted by tigers and other beasts. If I do not see King Nara in a few days, I will seek my well by leaving this body. Of what use is my life without that bull among men? Who will I live tormented by grief at being without him? The rishis said to the forlorn Damayanti, blessed and beautiful child, with your mystic powers, we see that the future holds joy for you and that you will soon find Nala. O daughter of Bhima, you will see the Lord of the Nishadhas, slayer of his enemies, foremost of the virtues, freed from distress. You will see the king, your husband, freed from all sins, wearing precious jewels, again ruling his own city, punishing his enemies, striking terror into their hearts, and gladdening the hearts of friends, while all success and every blessing crowned him. When they had said this to the princess, Nala's beloved queen, two sages, and Alta Rama vanished before her eyes. Damayanti, of all the limbs, stood wonderstruck. She asked herself, was it a dream that I saw? Ah, what a marvel! Where are all those Brahmanas? Where is that asrama? Where is that sparkling river of sacred water on which so many kinds of water birds swam? Where are those enchanted trees laden with flowers and fruit? After wandering for some time, Damayanti was melancholy again, and the color drained from her face from grief for Nala. She went to another part of the forest and saw a great Asoka tree. Going up to that first of trees, blossom laden and full of leaves, resounding with birdsong and in its branches, Damayanti, with tears in her eyes and her voice choking, said, oh, this graceful tree in the heart of the forest, decking flowers, is so beautiful, like some charming king of hills. Oh, beautiful Asoka, quickly set me free from sorrow. Have you seen King Nala, Parantapa, the beloved husband of Damayanti? Have you seen my precious husband, the king of the Nisargas, clad in half a piece of cloth, his skin delicate, hero plants in war, came into this wilderness? Oh, Asoka, free me from my grief. Vindicate your name, for Asoka means destroyer of grief. Thrice she walked around that tree, then entered an even denser part of the jungle, wandering in quest of her lord. Bimba's daughter saw many unusual, majestic trees, lovely rills, towering mountains, and beasts and birds, and caves and cliffs, many rivers of wonderful beauty. As she went, she came upon a wide path where, in some amazement, she saw a mighty group of merchants, with their horses and elephants, on the bank of a river full of clear and cool water, and lovely to behold, and wide, the banks overgrown with bamboo clumps, echoing with the cries of cranes and ospreys and chakrabacas, the river itself full of tortoises, crocodiles, and fish, and studded with innumerable islets. As soon as she saw that caravan, Damayanti, disheveled, lean, her hair tangled and filthy, wearing half a cloth, went towards the merchants like some mad woman, that lovely queen. Seeing her, some of the viziers fled in fear, some grew anxious, while some cried out, and others laughed at her, and yet others despised the very sight of her. However, some felt pity, O Mahabharata, and asked her, blessed one, Who are you? And whose? What do you seek in this river? We are frightened of you. Tell us truly, are you human, or the Devi of this jungle, or this mountain, or of the points of the sky? We seek your protection. Are you a Yakshi, or a Rakshasi, or a Devastri? Anyway, bless us, O you of faultless features, and protect us so our caravan passes through this place safely, with ourselves and our goods secure. Damayanti said, O leader of the caravan, merchants, yachts, old men, children. I am a human woman. I am the daughter of a king, the daughter-in-law of a king, and the consort also of a king. Eager for the sight of my lord, the king of the Vidharvas is my father. My husband Nala is the lord of the Nishadhas, and even now I am looking for him. If you have seen my beloved Nala, tiger among men, raiser of hostile armies, tell me quickly. At which the leader of that great caravan, Suchi, said to Damayanti of faultless limbs, Blessed one, you of sweet smiles, I am Baisia, and the leader of this caravan. Lovely lady, I have not seen any man called Nala. In this great forest, where no men live, there are only elephants, leopards, bison, tigers, bears, and other beasts. Other than you, I have met no human in this Vana. May Manibhadra, king of the Yakshas, help us now. She asked, Tell me where this caravan is bound. The leader of the band said, O daughter of a great king, we are bound for the city of Subahu, the honest sovereign of the Chedis, to make some profit from our goods. Oh man, that is Canto 64. Nice. I think it took like half an hour. My man. Let me drink water. Thank you. Okay, I think I have talked about it before, but certainly it is kind of crazy to see that I don't want up observing almost everything mentioned here. Something that can be pictured in my mind. So when we have such long cantos, it gets tiring to deal with so many images all at once, and even more when they are so described like it happened here. It is almost like an overdrive of information all at once. But still, it wasn't so odd, I guess. I feel like, man, I would, I will go for a break. I will certainly do it right now, man. Yeah, yeah. We will do that before we continue because we have like still probably 50 minutes or so to after this one. Um, yeah, yeah. I am. I wouldn't want to be so tired. Uh, I don't like it when that happens, but it can't be avoided. So I must suffer or something like that. Give me. Let's make it just 5 minutes. Minutes short or something like that. Uh, yes, please. I will also go to the bathroom. Such one second. Man, incredibly crazy. What's the actual hell, my man? Hello, welcome back, or welcome back. What? Welcome, simply welcome. Oh man, what's a crazy thing? Here we are reading a little bit. Right now, in the middle of our break, because that was overwhelming. Yeah, sorry. Also, I hope you're doing well, Uncle. My bad. I hope you are doing well, and I hope that everything is going fine as it should be. Oh. No, 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 no. What? Mokum, I thought you moved past your older habits, my man. Why? Ah, what a. I guess I will do it. But yeah, when we finish, like in an hour or so, approximately 52 minutes from now, we will do the singing part, you know? Um, did you mute or did you BRB? What? What are you talking about? There should be my sound. What are you talking about? What? Can't you hear me? What? What? Yeah, you can hear me. What are you talking about? I can hear myself. What are you? What? Uh, did I mute? What? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we are done with the break. Oh man, that was something nice relaxation. I guess. When you came back. I got off for a moment. No, maybe the problem was that I was kind of not so close to the microphone, so it maybe cut off because the filter is set up so that if I talk from like over here, it already starts not picking myself up, and I am like, hold on, like 20 inches, no, 10 inches or so away from the mic. So yeah, I need to be close for it to pick me up properly. That's why my bad. I was lying down on my chair. Relax, as they will say. But yeah, that's it. Welcome, hello. No, for real, hello, welcome. I hope you're doing fine. um, anyways, yeah, we are, as I said, just in case you will hear the songs that you want to hear later on. Right now, we have still a book to continue reading because that is our priority. Our priorities are set up properly, so we must finish this reading session. Because that is also what I committed myself to doing today. But yeah, anyways, continue with this. Ta-da! Here we are. Uh, oh yeah, I won't try to. I won't try to make sense out of a 7-page long canto that is full of descriptions. No. pass. I pass. We can make it a fucking endurance stream if nah. I We can make it an endurance stream. You if I can. You're not going to last longer than me. I'm pretty sure it is also night on your side. I can go for like 3 hours longer than normal. You will probably go to sleep before me. And you will never know. And I will probably never sing that song because you're not going to be here. So I will not be forced to do it because you will be sleeping. So yeah, that's the question. We will see. We will see. I don't think I will go that much longer. In reality, I got a DC almost out of that Canto 64. But yeah, as the night streamers, and I will tell you, I will still be up at 4 a.m., 6 a.m. doing my own thing. You can't out endure me. What? What time is it? I can. I know I can. This is. You don't have the powers that I hold. I can win. This is not a question. I know that I can. We, we, we are not going to play this game. We're going to lose. And you're going to get mad because you lost. We're going to be here for 12 hours if it is made. Let's see. Let's see that. I mean, isn't it already like late? But I don't know. Yeah, probably we will do. If we certainly do 12 hours, we are going to move quite a bit. I will say probably like 1% or so. No, how much is 1%? Like, yeah, I don't think 75 pages or so, even more if we have to analyze it all. But some progress will be made. Anyways, yeah. Um, Here we go. Time to outlast the burglar cats. Also, wait. No, no. Anyways, canto 65. Nelopakiana parva continue. Brigada. Brigadaswa. Brigaswada. What? Brigadaswa said. The Mayandi went with that caravan. She was anxious to see her Nala. After traveling for many days, the merchant saw a large lake fragrant with lotuses in the midst of that dense and terrible forest, its banks adorned with velvet grasses, with plenty of wood to burn as fuel, and with flowers and fruit. It was a charming place indeed. That shimmering water abounded with birds of many kinds. It was cool, clear and sweet, and captivated the heart. Worn with their long journey, the merchants of the caravan decided to halt there and spread themselves through the fine woods surrounding the lake. It was dusk. At midnight, when all was still and quiet, when the tired caravan had fallen asleep, a herd of wild elephants, the juice of fruit flowing down their temples and going to drink from a mountain stream, saw the caravan of sleeping Vaisias, and also the many tame elephants which went with the merchants. Seeing the domesticated elephants, the wild herd, maddened by must, rushed at them, meaning to kill them. They came like great boulders loose down a mountain slope. The charging wild elephants found their way to the lake of lotuses, and the elephants of the caravan, bared by sleeping merchants, and tram- they trampled the Vaisias. Many died, while others awoke and fled screaming in all directions. Into the deeper forest, some were gored to death, others scooped up in massive trunks and touched on the ground, while more were crushed under massive feet. The wild elephants killed many camels and horses as well, while in panic, the fleeing merchants with weapons drawn even killed one another in the dark. What? Some fell on the ground, others scrambled up trees, while yet others jumped down into deep pits. O king, great losses that caravan suffered when the wild had attacked it. An uproar broke out, for precious jewels the Viziers were carrying scattered on the ground. Save us, they screamed. Pick up the jewels. Leave them. What do the jewels matter when our lives are in danger? Fly. Where to fly? And they dashed about blindly in complete terror. The Mayanti awoke in fear, while the slaughter held sway around her. She awoke, trembling and panting. Finally, the elephants lumbered away, and those merchants who had escaped with their lives met together, and they asked, "What have we done that this disaster has overtaken us? Surely we did not worship the man it gathered us, and the exalted and graceful Vaisravana, the king of the Yakshas. Perhaps we have not worshipped the gods who fetch calamities, or perhaps we did not pay them the fierce homage. Maybe this evil follows the bears we saw on our way. Our stars are not unpropitious. From what other cause, then, has disaster come? Some, who had lost their wealth and relatives, and were distraught, cried, "This mad-looking woman came among us, and she was strange and hardly human. Surely she has brought this on us. She must be a Rakshasi, a Yakshi, or a Pisachi. Beyond doubt, this evil is her doing. If we see that evil creature again, we will kill her." The Mayanti heard what they said and fled into the forest. She said desperately to herself, "Alas, fierce and great is the wrath of God upon me. Peace does not follow my paths. What have I done to deserve this? I do not remember that I ever harmed anyone in the least, in thought, word, or deed. Then, why such terrible consequences? Surely some great sins from a past life are being visited on me, that my husband has lost his kingdom, and his own kinsmen turned against him and vanquished him. I have been separated from my son and daughter, and my lord, and find myself alone in this dreadful jungle full of savage beasts. O king, the next day O king, the next day, what remained of the once mighty caravan of merchants left that place, loudly lamenting their lost wealth and their dead brothers, fathers, sons, and friends. And the princess of Bidharba also lamented, "Ah, what have I done? Surely it is my misfortune which has devastated the company of men with whom I took refuge. Now, surely, I will have to suffer for a long time. I have heard wise old men say that no one dies before their time. Surely, that is why the elephants did not trample me while I slept. Everything which has happened to me is only because of something I did in a past life. For not even as a child did I commit any such sin in thought, word, or deed, which could bring such tragedy as this one as its consequence. Oh, I do believe that I have been parted from my Nala because I chose him over the all-powerful Lokapalas who came to my Swayambara. It is their power which had brought calamity into my life. Thus grieving, pale as the autumn moon, my auntie now attached herself to the Brahmanas, knowers of the Vedas, who had survived the night's massacre. Traveling briskly towards evening, she came to the mighty city of Subahu, king of the Chedis. Wearing half a garment, she entered that magnificent city. The citizens saw her, full of fear, lean, melancholy, her hair disheveled and soiled with dirt, and altogether like a mad woman. In curiosity, the boys of that city began following her. Surrounded by them, she came to the palace of the king. The queen mother saw her from a terrace, surrounded by the crowd of yachts. She said to her nursemaid, "Go and bring that woman to me. She's forlorn, and that crowd troubles her. She's in distress and in need of succor. I find her beauty such that it illumines my house. Though she looks like a mad woman, with her large eyes, the fair one is as lovely as the Deviseri herself." The woman went out and, dispersing the crowd, brought Damayanti to that fine terrace. O king, wonderstruck, that nursemaid asked Damayanti, "You are plunged in misfortune. Yet you are so very beautiful. You shine like lightning in the clouds. Tell me who you are, and whose your laser is celestial. Surely you're not merely human. You wear no ornaments, and although you're helpless, you're moved by the coarseness of these men. The Damayanti said, I am a human woman, devoted to my husband. I am a serving woman from good stock. I live wherever I like, eating fruit and roots, and without a companion. I sleep where night overtakes me. My husband is a man of countless virtues, and was always devoted to me. I was also deeply attached to him, following him like his shadow. Once he became involved in a desperate game of dice, beaten, losing everything, he came into the wilderness. I came with him into the forest, comforting that hero clad in a single piece of cloth, was demented by his sudden adversity. Afflicted by hunger, thirst, and grief, he was forced to relinquish even his last cloth. Naked and deranged as he was, I still followed him, myself in a single garment, for nights together. I did not sleep. Many days passed until, once while slept, he cut away one half of my garment and abandoned me, who had done him no wrong. I am seeking my husband, but cannot find him, who has the complexion of the filaments of a lotus. Without seeing him who delights my heart, my beloved Lord haunts my heart, for he is like a deva to look at. I am consumed by grief by night and day. Now the Queen Mother herself said to the tearful Damayanti, Blessed one, you stay with me. I am well pleased with you. Lovely one, my men will search for your husband, or he might come here on his wanderings. Remain here with me, and you will have your lost lord back. Damayanti replied, Mother of heroes, I can only stay with you on some conditions. I will not eat the leavings of any food, nor will I wash anyone's feet, nor must I have to speak to any other man. If anyone tries to make me his wife or mistress, he must submit to my punishment. More, if he solicits me repeatedly, he must be punished with death. This is the vow I have sworn. I also want to speak to the Brahmanas who will go forth to seek out my husband. If you can do all this for me, I will certainly live with you. But if you cannot, I also cannot remain here with you. The Queen Mother answered her gladly, I will do all this. I approve of the vow you have taken. Oh, Maharata, the Queen Mother now said to her daughter Sunanda, Sunanda, take this woman who is like a goddess to be your Sairandri. She is the same age as you are. Let her be your companion and enjoy her company. Sunanda cheerfully accepted Damayanti and led her to her own apartments, along with her Sakhis. Treated with respect, Damayanti was satisfied and she lived there without any anxiety, for all her wishes were met. I'm kind of losing my voice. I just noticed this is going to be a real war of attrition, but I am still going to win. But yeah, that is gone to 65. I don't really know. There are like a little bit lot of things to take into consideration. And if I had to simply choose one, I will probably go with what is certainly the interesting point of the vow that um, the Mayanti decided to make. I I see it as something interesting because, after all, it does have a lot of things that might be considered weird, taking into consideration, obviously, that she had no reason to be so high on her own horse, as they will say, because she's already somebody who has no um, real man besides her. So she should be in no position to make claims or to make any particular petition towards others. But yeah, I think it is interesting still. And I think it is also kind of weird because you have to consider this as something that is born out of, well, um, Damayanti is certainly so beautiful that almost everybody confuses her with a goddess. So maybe that is a reason as to why this is accepted, although it is so incredibly um, hard. When it, not hard, incredibly, yeah, incredibly specific, let's say, as in nobody else but her probably would have gotten away with it. As in, aside obviously from the gods themselves, but this is no place to be putting up with so many, putting up so many requisites for her stay. So yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This particular story is kind of hard to really follow. Yeah, I will simply continue so far. Canto 66. Nalopakiana Parva continued. Brigadas says, Rahan, after deserting the Mayanti, Nala saw a mighty conflagration that raged in that dense forest. From the great fire, he heard some creatures crying repeatedly to him, "Oh, righteous Nala, come here!" Answering, "Fear not," he ran into the fire and saw mighty Naga King in coils, trembling with folded hands. The Naga said to Nala, "O King, I am a snake, and a Karkotaka is my name. I once deceived the Maharishi Narada, and he cursed me in anger. Stay here immobile, as if graven of stone, until one Nala takes you out from this place, and at the very place to which he bears you, you will be free from my curse. For that curse, I cannot move. I will tell you how to save me, and I will be your friend. There is no Naga equal to me, but I will be light in your hands. Pick me up, Nala, and hurry from here." Saying this, that prince of snakes became as small as a man's thumb. Picking him up, Nala took him out of the forest fire. Coming to an open glade, Nala meant to set the Naga down when Karakotaka said again to him, "King of the Nishatkas, go on a little further, a few steps more, Mahabahu. I will do you great good." And as Nala walked on, the snake bit him on the 10th step. As soon as he was bitten, Nala found himself transformed. He saw the snake also resume his own massive form. Karkotaka comforted Nala. "I have taken your beauty from you so that people will not recognize you. And Nala, he who has deceived you and plants you in despair, will continue to swell inside you, but now tortured by my venom. As long as he does not leave you, he will be in agony in your body, its every limb filled with my venom. O king, I have saved you from the one who has destroyed you out of anger and hatred, though you are perfectly innocent and undeserving of wrong. Also, tiger among men, from now, through my grace, you will feel no fear from any fan's creature, from other enemies as well as Brahmanas who know the Vedas, nor will you feel any pain from my poison. Kshatriya, you will always be victorious in battle. Lord of Nishatkas, go to the wondrous city of Ayodhya even today and present yourself before King Ritaporna, who is a master of gambling, and say to him, "I am Bahuka, a charioteer. In return for your knowledge of horses, he will teach you the skill of dice. He is of the line of Ixbaku and Prosperous. He will be your friend. When you are an adept at dice, you will have your fortune back. You will find your wife and children and have your kingdom again. I say this to you in truth, so do not let sorrow cloud your mind. Lord of men, when you want to have back your own form, think of me and put on this garment." Naga gave Nala 2 pieces of celestial cloth, and the king of snakes vanished. Well, I mean, I can certainly say that obviously the story finally moving towards kind of its conclusion. I don't know how much more it really is going to last, but yeah. This one in particular is kind of hard to really justify as anything but divine intervention and the good receiving only good things or something like that. I well, I mean, you can't really make that whole argument because obviously bad things happened before he was, in this case Nala, was capable of receiving all the good things that he's now receiving, but yeah, you can still sense pretty much how everything is justified as if there was a particular reason for that or something like that. I don't know. Kind of weird still. But anyways, moving on, I guess. Or no, wait, there should be something else to consider, no? No, yeah. Everything else is kind of still pretty much divine protection and such. I don't really find that much of these cantos that can be taken out of it. So yeah, continuing. Canto 67. Nalopagiano Parva continued. Brigadaswa says, after the snake disappeared, Nala made his way towards Ayodhya and entered Ritapurna city on the 10th day. He went to the king and said, my name is Bahuka. There is no one in this world to equal me in tending to horses. My counsel is also valued in all difficult problems. And I have many other skills besides. I am also a most excellent cook. Why? For you, I will excel at every art which exists in this world and accomplish everything difficult. Oh, Ritapurna, keep me in your palace. Ritapurna replied warmly. Bahuka, stay with me. My fortune befall you, for I believe what you say. I have always particularly wanted to be driven fast. I leave it to you to make my horses swift. I give you charge of my stables, and I will pay you 10,000 coins for that. Barsneya and Hivala will always be under your direction, and you will spend your time pleasantly with them. So, Bahuka, do stay with me. Nala began to live in Retapurna city and was treated with respect, while Barsneya and Hivala were his companions. Living there, he thought of Damayanti, and every morning and evening he would sing aloud to himself, even like a sloka. Where is that helpless one, afflicted by hunger and thirst, worn with toil, thinking of that wretch, on whom the sin await? Once as the king was chanting this in the night, Hibala asked him, Bahuka, for whom do you so lament daily? I am curious, O you who are blessed with a long life, whose wife is she for whom you so grieve? Nella replied, there is a certain foolish man who had a wife known to all. However, the wretch proved false in his vows to her. He was separated from her and wandered the earth, tormented by sorrow, without rest by day or night. At night, he remembers her and he sings this verse. Having wandered over all the world, he has finally found a refuge, and undeserving of the suffering which has overtaken him, he passes his days thinking of his wife. When calamity overtook this man, his wife followed him into the jungle. Deserted by him of small virtue, her very life is in danger, alone, with no knowledge of the ways of the world, ill able to bear grief, faint with hunger and thirst. She can hardly protect herself, and, O friend, that man of small sense and little fortune has abandoned her in that terrible forest, teeming with predators. Thus, always remembering Damayanti, Nala, king of the Nishathas, continues to live, unknown, in the palace of Ritapurna of Ayodhya. Well, obviously, that's Canto 67. But so far, I would say that the most interesting part to take out of it, yeah, ends up being how it has this much, mm, yeah, how it focuses so much on Nala remembering Damayanti, because it can show that certainly the king was devoted to his wife, but also it has this other side where Nala does not really, I think, let go, something like that, of his one and only lover. And I don't really know if there is anything in particular to say, as in because he's always remembering her and she's always remembering him. They are protecting each other. You can also be more, yeah. You can go even deeper and say stuff like, "Wow, because they remember each other, they're kind of with each other always, because they never leave each other's mind, and they know that they love each other so much." But it isn't put like that here. And they are both grieving for each other as if, yeah, they don't even know that they are still consistently thinking about one another. But yeah, I don't know, I don't know. It is still the important part. Mm, interesting to notice how much the book focuses on him remembering her. And yeah, that's the main notation to make there, I guess. Anyways, continuing. eh, Canto 68. Lupaquiera Palma continued by Sapayana said. Brihadas was says, after Nala lost his kingdom and became a bondsman, while the Bayanti entered the service of a queen mother, Bhima wanted to see Nala and he sent out Brahmanas to search for him. Giving them profuse wealth, Bhima said, seek out Nala and also Damayanti. He who finds the Naishadha and my daughter and brings them to me shall have 1,000 cows from me, and fields and a village as big as a town. Even if he does not fetch Damayanti and Alahir, he that discovers where they are will have wealth equal to 1,000 cows. The Brahmanas happily went forth in every direction, combing cities and provinces, but nowhere did they find Nala or his queen, until at last the Brahmana called Sudeva came to the city of the Chetis, and there, during the time of the king's prayers, saw Damayanti in the king's palace, sitting with Sunanda. Lean and soiled as she was, her incomparable beauty glowed like fire hidden in cools of smoke, and he felt certain she was the princess of Vidharba. Sudeva said to himself, I am blessed that my eyes behold a princess who is like Shri herself, delighting the worlds. Her face is like the full moon. She is the fullness of her youth, her breast round and high, illumining this place with her laser like moon rays, her eyes like lotus petals, fascinating as Kamasrati herself. Although, alas, she seems like a lotus stalk transplanted by ill fortune from the Vidarbha lake and covered with mire in the process. Grieving for her husband, she looks like the Purnima night when Rahu swallows the moon, or like a river which has run dry. Ah, she's like a lake of lotuses whose blooms have been ravaged by the trunks of elephants, a lake whose beards are terrified by the rampaging herd. Surely, this delicate girl of exquisite limbs, who deserves to dwell in a jeweled palace, is indeed like a lotus uprooted and scorched by the sun. She is beautiful past compare. She is generous. She should wear ornaments but has none, and is like the moon covered by black clouds, deprived of every comfort and luxury. Torn away from her friends, she is in distress, supported only by the hope of seeing her lord. For truly her husband is the best ornament of a woman, even if she has no water. Without her husband beside her, This lady, though beautiful, does not shine forth as she should. As for Nala, how does he remain alive separated from such a wife? Why, I look at her, black-haired, her eyes like a lotus leaves, unhappy though she deserves to be joyful, and even my heart is pain. When will this girl, graced by every auspicious mark and devoted to her husband, cross this ocean of woe and be with her lord again? Even like Rohini regaining the moon, for sure, when Allah finds her again, he will experience the delight of a king regaining his lost kingdom. He is her equal in nature, in age and lineage. Nala deserves Damayanti, and this black-eyed beauty deserves the Naishadha. I see how she pines for him, and I should comfort the queen of that hero of immeasurable prowess, energy, and might. Let me console this distraught girl, her face like the full moon, and suffering as she never has before, and always thinking only of her husband. The Brahmana Sudeva approached Damayanti and said, Princess of Vidarbha, I am Sudeva the Brahmana, your daughter's dear friend. I have come here seeking you at the behest of King Bhima. Your father is well, and also your mother, and your brothers, your son and daughter, blessed with length of day, live in peace. However, your kinsfolk, though living, are almost as dead on your account, and hundreds of Brahmanas round this world in search of you. Damayan, Damayanti recognized Sudeva and asked about all her family, one after the other. O king, then, overwhelmed, the princess began to sob bitterly at unexpectedly seeing the best of Brahmanas, her daughter's friend. Sunanda saw Damayanti crying and speaking privately to Sudeva, and went in some distress to her mother and said, Sairandari is sobbing in the presence of a Brahmana. Come and see. The mother of the king of the Chedis came out of the inner apartments of the palace to where Damayanti was with the Brahmana. Calling Sudeva, the good mother asked him, Whose wife is this fair one, and whose daughter, who has sea of beautiful eyes, lost the company of her relatives and of her husband as well? How do you know her? Tell me all this in detail about this girl of unearthly beauty. Then, O Maharata, that best of Brahmanas sat at his ease and began to tell the story of Damayanti. Oh no, not this again. Not another. This is going to be long. This is going to take long. How long is the. How long is the Nanapakiana Parawa? Oh man. Yeah, I can't make a real um, notation out of the last Canto 68, but we did have the capacity of finishing that one. We will see with this one. Man, how long is going to be? Ah, anyways, continuing. Canto 69. Nalopakia Parva continued. Sudevasar, there is a virtuous and illustrious king of the Vidarbhas called Bhima. This young woman is his daughter Damayanti. She is also the wife of the wise and righteous Nala, king of the Nishadkas, the son of Birasena, defeated dies by his brother and the bride of his kingdom. That king, taking Damayanti with him, left his city. We have been ranging the earth in search of Damayanti, and at last we have found her in the palace of your son. No woman exists who can rival her beauty. From her infancy, she has had a fine birthmark between her eyebrows, a mark like a lotus. It now seems to have all but vanished, for her face is covered by dust, even as clouds hide from the moon. Put, put there by Brahma himself to be a mark of fortune and wealth, that the lotus is still faintly visible, like the cloud-covered crescent moon of the feast day of the bright fortnight. And though her body, too, is covered with dirt, her beauty has not disappeared, though she is careless of her person. Her beauty still shines through like gold. Ah, by her birthmark and her mole, I have recognized her, even as one discovers a covered fire by its heat. O king, hearing what Sudeva said, Sunanda washed away the dust that covered the mark between Damayanti's eyebrows, whereupon it became clear, like the moon appearing from behind clouds. When they saw the lotus mark, Sunanda and the queen mother began to cry. They embraced Damayanti and stood silent for a time, still shedding tears. The queen mother said gently, "Through this mark, I know that you are my sister's daughter, lovely one. Your mother and I are both daughters of the high souled Sudaman, king of the Dasarnas. She was given to King Bhima, and I to Virabahu. I witnessed your birth in our father's palace in the kingdom of the Dasarnas, my beautiful child. My house is as your own father's house to you. All my wealth, Damayanti, is yours as much as mine." At this, Damayanti, her heart glad, bowed down to her mother's sister and said, "Even before you knew me, you took me in and cared for me. I have already been happy in your house, and now I am sure I will still be happier. But, mother, I have long been an exile, and so I beg you, give me leave to go. My son and daughter live in my father's palace, deprived of both their father and mother. They must pass their time in great sorrow. If you want to please me, give me an escort even now and let me go to the Vidarabhas. Rahan, the Mayanti's aunt, agreed happily. So be it. And with her son's permission, she sent the Mayanti in a handsome palanquin, carried by sturdy servitors, protected by a large escort, and provided with food and drink and the finest garments. Soon enough, she reached the country of the Vidarbhas, where all her family received her in great joy, while she worshipped the gods and Brahmanas and gave thanks at seeing her relatives, her children, both her parents, and all her old Sakhis well. King Bhima gave Sudeva 1,000 cows and much wealth and a whole village. Having slept the night in her father's palace, and having recovered somewhat from her exhaustion, the Mayanti said to her mother, "Oh mother, if you want me to live, you must find Nala, bring him to me." At which the queen, her mother, began to cry, but could give her daughter no reply. Seeing her like that, all the women of the harem began to lament and weep loudly. Then the queen went for the mighty Vima and said, "Your daughter Damayanti grieves heartbroken for Nala. She told me so herself. Let all your men do their utmost to find the Naishadha." Bhima sent his Brahmanas in all directions, saying, "Do everything you can to find Nala." Before going forth, those Brahmanas came to Damayanti and told her of their mission. Bhima's daughter said to them, "Go and cry out in every realm, beloved gambler, where have you gone cutting away half my garment and abandoning your devoted wife while she slept in the jungle? That girl waits for you, consumed by grief. Relent, O king, O Kshatriya, and answer her, for she weeps incessantly for you. Say Altis and more so that he is moved by pity. Say, held by the wind, fire consumed the forest. A husband must always protect and provide for his wife. Why, then, good as you are, and acquainted with every duty, have you neglected to do both? You have fame, wisdom, lineage, and kindness. Why have you been unkind? I fear that all this is because of my good fortune being lost. O tiger among men, take pity on me. O bull among men, you always said to me that kindness is the highest virtue. Why are you not kind now? If anyone answers you when you say all this, find out who he is and where he lives. Divigotamas, come and tell me what that man says who answers you. You must be careful that no one knows that the words you speak are at my behest, nor that you will come back to me. You must discover everything about him who answers you, if he is rich or poor, powerful or powerless, everything about him. With these instructions from Damayanti, the Brahmanas set out in all directions in search of Nala, overtaken by misfortune. They looked for him in Kingston, cities and villages, in Rishis Asaramas and cowherd settlements. Wherever they went, they repeated aloud what Damayanti had told them to say. Is there any particular thing to really point out? I don't think so. I don't feel so also. Uh, yeah, I mean, so far it always makes sense, and it always is. Yeah, it is comprehensible enough that you can observe this as something. Um, you can observe this as something that can be mm, part of the rituals that are created inside every single mm, couple, as we could say, because what we have in front of us is simply but another version of this idea that those who are destined to each other will understand one another, even if there are no direct words to do so. Because in this case, what she is doing is communicating through um, hidden messages, I think. What what she wants her husband to know, and even if it is indirect, he will recognize it because I'm pretty sure it will happen because he will recognize it and because he will be capable of understanding what this is all about. It is then that he has the capacity of also knowing that she is well. And what is the real point of this? And because of all of these different reasons, it is that you can kind of observe, in this case, taking into consideration that you, even if they are perfect, um, when you do find somebody who might as well be the perfect fit for you, things like this should be capable of happening by themselves because, to a certain extent, as long as we stay in the realm of reality, let's say, you could pretty much communicate directly with them, and both of you will know what you are talking about. Because I think it is pretty obvious, and I don't remember the word right now, but yeah, as they will say, love is stronger. That's kind of the justification for this. That is the same justification given here. That because all of this happens and is motivated by love, it will be understandable and even more something that they will, without any problem whatsoever, be capable of carrying through, let's say. But yeah, yeah, I don't see it as something that has nothing to take out of in this case. So moving on. Yeah, that was Canto 69. Now Canto 70. Nelopakiana Parva continued. Brihadas was after a long time, Brahmana named Parnada returned to the city of the Vidarbhas and said to the daughter of Bhima, Damayanti, seeking Nala, king of Nishathas, I went to the city of Ayodhya and appeared before the son of Bang Bangarasura, where I repeated your words in the presence of the blessed Ritapurna. Nice. However, neither that king of men nor any of his courtiers said anything in reply, although I uttered them over and over. Then, after I had been dismissed by the king, a man in Ritapurna's service, a certain Bahuka, accosted me. Bahuka is that king's charioteer, of unseemly appearance and short arms. He is skilled at driving chariots and riding horses very fast, and is also master cook. I found that he sighed often and wept as he asked about my welfare. Then he said, although they might fall into great distress. Okay. Although they might fall into great distress, these women protect themselves and so secure heaven. Although their lords might abandon them, yet they do not become angry. For women that are chaste live their lives encased in the armor of virtue. It becomes her not to be angry, since he that abandoned her was overcome by calamity and deprived of everything. A beautiful and virtuous woman should not be angry with one who is deprived of his single cloth, while he went looking for food, with one who, besides, is being consumed by grief. Regardless of whether she is treated well or ill, a chaste wife should never succumb to anger. Seeing her husband in such a plight, having lost his kingdom, destitute of prosperity, ravaged by hunger, and overwhelmed by disaster. After hearing what he said, I returned quickly to you, and now I have told you what transpired. Tell your father the king about it, and then do as you see fit. Tears in her eyes, Damayanti went to her mother and spoke to her in private. Mother, you must not under any circumstance tell my father King Bhima of what I intend. In your presence, I will send Sudeva, the best of Brahmanas, to Ayodhya immediately to fetch Nala here, just as he did in me. When Parnada had refreshed himself and recovered from his darkness, the princess of Vidarbha worshipped him with profuse wealth. She also said, when Nala comes here, O Brahmana, I will give you abundant wealth again, for you have done me a great service by which I hope to see my lord again quickly. That high-minded Brahmana uttered blessings over her, auspicious mantras, and went home. Regarding his mission as accomplished, when he had left, Damayanti, still in the clutches of grief, called Sudeva and, in her mother's presence, said to him, O Sudeva, go to the city of Ayodhya, straight as a beard, and say there to King Ritapurna, Bhima's daughter Damayanti will hold another Swayambara. All the kings and princes are going to it. Calculating the time, I find that the ceremony will take place tomorrow. Oh, Parantaka, if it is possible for you, go there without delay. Tomorrow, after the sun rises, she will choose a second husband, since she does not know whether King Nala still lives or not. Sudeva went to Ayodhya and declared what Damayanti had told him to King Ritapurna. I, I, I think I kind of rushed the conclusion because it is literally the same as the last one. Um, this, um, I I don't feel I don't like being like this repetitive, but certainly the capacity that love has to communicate the different ideas that they do hold for one another, and yeah, and the amount of secrecy that exists between the both of them shows how passionate they are about one another. Because if it wasn't that they love so much one another, they wouldn't even understand what is transpiring. As it almost happens with anyone who is not them, I guess. And it certainly is something admirable to notice how much of a quality it probably is transportable, I guess, from one human to another. Because the message, once again, isn't simply to say, wow, these two are like this. If we try to make sense out of what is being observed, probably what is being talked about is that they both are applicable to those who are deeply in love, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I okay, I have a little bit more, but just in case, if it once again happens that this repeats, I think that will probably do occur because we are going to see how she chooses these random men, quote unquote, um, and in secrecy. Um, I will say what else I had in mind. Now that was Canto 70. Continuing Canto 71, Nalopakiano Parva continued. Brigadasbu continues. When he heard what Suteva said, King Ritapurna called Bahuka and said gently to him, "O Bahuka, you're a master of horses. I want you to take me to Damayantis Swayambara in a single day." When he heard this, Nala thought his heart would burst with grief that seared his very entrails. He thought to himself, perhaps Damayanti is deranged by sorrow that she is doing this. Or perhaps she has conceived this wonderful plan for my sake? Alas, I sense senselessly on the innocent princess of Vidarbha, and this is a cruel thing that she plans. The world knows that my nature of woman is fickle. Besides, I have wronged her grievously, and she might well be doing this because she has no love for me anymore. But then, how will the slender wasted one do this thing when she is the mother of my children? The only way to discover the truth is by going there, and I will go to accomplish both Ritapurna's purpose and my own. Bahuka folded his hands to Ritapurna, and though his heart was full of sadness, said, Purusha Vyagara, I will take you to the city of the Vidharbhas in a single day. At the command of Bangasura's son, Nala went to the stables to choose his horses. Ritapurna called repeatedly to him to hurry, and after some scrutiny and careful deliberation, Behuka chose some lean steeds of high pedigree, docile, strong, and which could go a great distance. They had wide nostrils, outstretched cheeks, no unauspicious marks, or tangles which are considered unfortunate. They were all born in the land of Sindhu and were fleet as the wind. But when Ritapurna saw those horses, he said, "What are you doing? This is no time for resting. How can such weak horses beat us to the Vidarbha city in a day?" Ahuka replied, "Each of these horses has one gull on his forehead, two on his temples, four on his sides, four on his chest, and one on his back. Have no doubts that they will go to the country of the Vidharbhas. If, O king, you want to choose some others, point them out and I will yoke them for you." Ritapurna replied, "Bakuka, you know about horses and are a master of driving them. Quickly yoke the ones you think best." Nala yoked the four fine steeds he had chosen to the king's chariot. Ritapurna climbed into the chariot, and at once all the horses fell down on their knees. Then, O king, Nala began to shoot those beasts endowed with speed and energy. He lifted them again to their feet by their reins and made the charioteer Parsneia sit beside him at the chariot head. Nala prepared to ride at great speed. Now, urged by Bahuka, those horses rose into the sky. The king of Ayodhya and his Sarathi were dumbstruck. They went at the speed of the wind. The astonished Barsneya thought, "Is this Matali, the charioteer of Deva king? For the magnificent Bahuka's skills are no less than his. Or has Salihotra taken human shape? Or is this King Nala who has come here? Or it may be that this Bahuka knows whatever Nala does about horses? Bahuka and Nala are of the same age. Yet, this might not be Nala, only someone who knows as much about horses as he does. However, when misfortune strikes them, the most illustrious men walk this earth in disguise, as ordained by the scriptures. True, he's ugly, but then Nala might even have changed his features. Bahuka and Nala are of similar age, but they are unlike in appearance. Yet, Bahuka is accomplished in every way, as Nala and I feel certain that he is indeed the Naishatka. Thus, the long-thought Barsneya, who was once Nala's own Sarathi. King Ritapurna delighted in the marvelous skills of Bahuka. He looked at how Bahuka held his reins and how he made his horses fly. He was full of joy. as always, there are like one or one or two different things to take out. First and foremost, it is the idea that certainly we are dealing with these um, capacities of finding the best of things, even in the worst of the situations, which makes it what is the to call it, like finding diamonds in the gold or something like that, basically. Where somebody has the capacity by looking hard enough or with enough knowledge to find what is good instead of what seems completely worthless. That is once again that. Yeah. Uh, alchemical reaction, I think it is also called. Well, somebody is capable of transforming what seems completely worthless into the best of the fruits. This is just another one of those representations of the same concept. And this this is important because it tells about the capacity that even in the worst of the situations, in this case, Nala being hired to find the perfect horses for this task, he had the capacity of doing so, and he had even more the capacity of doing so goodly enough so that he will probably um, be more than in time to the palace or something like that, probably. But the point is, he made, yeah, he succeeded at his mission. Let's say here. I think also it might be interesting to analyze how Nal is probably being slowly discovered by his own Sarati, but I don't really know if that is fully important or not. Um, yeah, I think we might simply continue. I think Canto 71, that was. Now moving into Canto 72. Nella pacchiera parva. Continue. Brigadas was says, sorry, like a bird coursing through the sky, across rivers and mountains, forests and lakes. Suddenly, Ritapurna's upper garment peeled away from his body and fell to the earth below. Ritapurna said to Nala, I must have my royal garment back. Restrain your steeds, most intelligent one, and let Varsneya bring my clothes back. Nala replied, the cloth has fallen far down. We have come a Johanna since. We cannot recover it now. When Nala said this to him, Ritapurna saw a Bibhitaka tree laden with fruit. In a forest, the king said quickly to Bahuka, Sarati, observe my extraordinary skill at counting. There is no one who is a master of every art or science. Knowledge in its entirety is not found in any one person. O Bahuka, the leaves and fruits of this tree, which are lying on the ground, exceed those that are still upon it by 101. The two branches of the tree have 50 million leaves and 2095 fruits. Examine the two branches and all their boughs. Bahuka stopped his chariot and said to the king, Parantapa, you take credit for yourself in a matter that is beyond my perception. But, O king, I will cut down the Bhatika and count the leaves and fruits. Let Varsneya hold the reins of the horses for a while. The king replied, We have no time to lose. But Bahuka replied humbly, Stay a while. Otherwise, make Barsnayar your charioteer. The road lies straight and even. Ritapurna said, Bahuka, you're the only charioteer. There is no other in this world like you. I place myself in your hands. Only you can take me to the Vidarbhas. If you make me see the sun rise in the land of the Vidarbhas, I will give you anything you wish for. Bahuka said, let me count the leaves and fruits of the Bibhitaka, and then I will take you to the Vidarbhasi country. Reluctantly, the king said, Count, and upon counting the leaves and fruits of the portion of this branch, you will be satisfied with what I said. Bahuka quickly got down from the chariot and felled the tree. He was amazed to find the fruit to be exactly as many as the king had said. He says to Ritapurna, This power of yours is extraordinary. O king, I want to learn this art from you. Wanting to ride on swiftly, the king said, "Know that apart from the art of reckoning, I am also master of dice." And Bahuka said to him, "Bull among men, teach me that art, and in return receive my knowledge of horses and kind." Knowing that he depended on Bahuka's goodwill to ride with Arvhaland, and also tempted by the horse lore that his territory possessed, Ritapurna said, "So be it. Receive the art of dice from me, O Bahuka, and let the equine Ekin science remain with you in trust." Ritapurna imparted that art to Nala, and immediately Kali came out of his body, incessantly vomiting the virulent poison of Karakotaka. As soon as he left Nala, the fire of that curse left Kali. Nala, who had been possessed and tormented for so long, wanted to curse Kali. When terrified and trembling, Kali said with folded hands, "Control your anger, O king. I will make you lustrous when you abandon her. Indrasena's mother cursed me, and ever since I have lived in your body in torment. Conquered one, miserable and scalded night and day by the venom of the snake prince, I lived inside you. I seek your protection. If you do not curse me, who am frightened and seek refuge in you, then anyone who attentively recites your story will never have to fear me." Nala controlled his wrath, and Kali swiftly entered into the Bibhitaka tree. All the while that Kali spoke with Nala, he remained invisible to the others, delivered from his travail, and having counted the fruits of the tree, Naishadha, full with great joy and of terrific energy, climbed back into the chariot and urged his fleet horses on. From that hour, the Bibhitaka tree fell into disrepute because of the touch of Kali. Nala's horses flew up again into the air, even like wind creatures, and he drove them in the direction of the Vidharva country. When he had gone far, Kali crept out of the tree and returned to his own abode. O king, when Kali left Nala, the Lord of the Earth was free again from calamity, though he did not yet assume his natural form. I would say the most only one point I think is really interesting from all of the things that were said here. That is, this makes literally no sense with anything else that is on the paragraph almost, because what says is there is no one who is a master of every art or science. Knowledge in its entirety is not found in any one person, and I see it as being very comprehensive of what is probably the human nature, because nobody should be capable of holding so many knowledge about all the different things on the world. I would even go as far as to say that supposedly we don't even have the capacity of holding that much information naturally, because there is a limit in which your brain stops resisting new new things coming in. So probably, yeah, it should be true, but it makes no sense with whatever else is on the paragraph. On this one canto, I mean, I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, it is true. Let me. I can't really find a reason as to why this is here. Um, yeah, I don't know. But it is still a nice reminder that it is impossible to hold every single notion about this universe, even if it makes no sense for this to be in this part. Nice, I guess. And well, I this is not the end. To take a tiny break because I need to go for an idle break. this is not the end. This is only a little break. But yeah, I need to give me 1 second. Thank you. Uh, uh, Goodbye. And I'm back because go to sleep, Wonkum. You are feeling sleepy, Wonkum. You should go to sleep. No, I guess to not make it so randomly long, we what we're going to do is until we finish this. What's the name? This whole parva, we're going to keep going, and when that happens, we're finally saying good night, and probably also going to sing the beautiful style. If you are still around, if you are not still around because you went to sleep before that happened, sadly there is no real prize for you today. I guess no amazingly well sung Gangnam Style for you, my man. I am sorry, but anyways, yeah. Continuing, Canto 73. Nelopakiana Parva continue. Vrihasdawa, why not? Eh, if you're not going to be okay, if you're not going to be here, sorry, why will I sing it? Why? What's the point behind what is it? If a tree falls on an empty forest, does it really fall? The same thing here, huh? Why will I sing that song if you're not here? I have no promise to fulfill if you're not here, Wongkum. That's my way of cheating. No, it doesn't fall into what because Gangnam Style particularly is incredibly copywriter. Yeah, don't worry. I will check on when we finish this parwa. I will do a plenty enough checkup to see if you're really here or not. Don't worry. Canto 73. Nalopagiana parwa continued. Birhadaswa says Retapurna arrived that same evening at the gates of the city of the Vidarbhas. The people brought news of his coming to King Bhima, and at the invitation of Bhima, the king of Ayodhya entered the city of Kundina, filling the 10 cardinal points with the sound of his chariot wheels. The horses of Nala, who were in that city, heard that sound and were as delighted as they used to become in the presence of Nala himself. The Mayanti also heard the sound of that chariot driven by Nala, like the deep roars of clouds during the monsoon. Bhima and Nala's horses inside Bhima's city felt like they were hearing the chariot wheels of Nala himself, as of old. like the horses, the peacocks on the terraces, and the elephants in the stables, heard the rumble of Ritapurna's chariot, like that of thunderheads, and they all began to cry out on trumpet, full of joy, such as they experience when they hear the actual roars of clouds. The Mayandi said, "The rumbles of this chariot fills all the world and gladdens my heart. So it must be my bad. So it must be Nala. If I do not see Nala, his face bright as the moon, the Kshatriya of countless virtues, I will surely die. If today I have not clasped in that hero's arms his thrilling embrace, I shall cease to be. If Naishadha, whose voice is as deep as that of the clouds, does not come to me today, I will walk into a pyre of gold brilliance. If that best of kings, strong as a lion, mighty as a bull elephant in mast, does not appear before me, I will not live anymore. I do not remember a single untruth in him, or a single wrong done by him to anyone. He has never told a lie, even in jest. Ah, my Nala is noble, forgiving, heroic, magnificent, superior to all other kings, faithful to his marriage vow, and like an eunuch to other females. Night and day my heart is full of him, and if I do not see him quickly, my heart will burst. So she spoke to herself, as one devoid of sense, and climbed up to her terrace to catch a glimpse of the righteous Nala. In the central courtyard of the main palace, she saw Ritapurna in the chariot with Barsneya and Bahuka. Barsneya and Bahuka climbed down from that fine rata and unyoked the horses, then left the chariot itself in a proper place. Ritapurna climbed down and presented himself before King Bhima of terrible prowess. Bhima received him with great respect, for without a due occasion, a great man cannot be received as a guest. Honored by Bhima, Ritapurna looked around him again and again, but saw no sign of any Swayambara. O Bharata, the Vidarbha king, approached Ritapurna and said, "Welcome! What is the occasion for this visit of yours?" Bhima asked this without knowing that Ritapurna had come to obtain the hand of his daughter. Ritapurna saw that there were no other kings or princes here, nor did he hear anything of the Swayambara, nor did he see any concourse of Brahmanas. The most intelligent Kosala king thought for a while, then said, "I have come here to pay my respect to you." Bhima was astonished and tried to fathom why Rituparna had come 100 yuhanas. He thought, "It is unlikely that he has passed through so many kingdoms and by countless kings just to pay his respects to me. But I will learn the truth by and by." Bhima said to Ritapurna, summarily, "Rest now. You are tired." "Hmm? Morning? What? It. Good morning, son. Did you even sleep? Did you even sleep? Good morning." Honored thus by the police Bhima, King Rituparna, his heart glad, went to his appointed quarters, followed by the servants of the royal household. When Rituparna had gone with Barsneya, Bahuka took the chariot to the stables. He freed his horses there, rubbed them down, soothed them with his own hands, and sat down at one end of the rata. Meanwhile, having seen the royal son of Bangasura and Barsneya of the Suta race, and also Bahuka as a Suta, the Mayanti was forlorn and asked herself, "Whose is this chariot rumble? It was as loud as Nala's, but I do not see the lord of the Nishadhas. Barsneya has learned the art from Nala, and that is why this chariot rumbled as Nala's did. Or is it Ritapurna as skilled as Nala, so the sound of his chariot wheels is that of Nala's?" Thinking all of this, that blessed and beautiful woman sent a female messenger in search of the Nishadha. Okay, have a great night, Savannah, I guess. But yeah, that is so far Canto 73. Hmm, if I had to make any particular No, yeah, I don't really find anything particular to say about here. Like, so far, the only one concept that might be interesting is possibly the one on how, yeah, how even the animals were capable of recognizing the old king, the old disguised king, and that is, mm, yeah, that is more than enough. Um, a worth a worthwhile thing to consider because it shows that okay, it shows that the skill that somebody has can't be really hidden, even if we believe that we have no capacity of doing so. And it might as well be another stretch in this case because he himself isn't what he isn't even what he used to look like. So there is no real excuse to say that this is this way. But it still is particularly interesting because you can observe pretty much how, how Nala was capable of showing his capacities in a way in which even, I guess, the primary instincts of animals were capable of recognizing him, and something along those lines of real skill might as well not be perceived by the conscious mind, but rather by the senses, something like that, I guess. But I'm overthinking it too much in this case. I know there is no real point in this Canto 73. Anyways, yeah, now for real, moving into Canto 74. Nello, Nello Pacchiana Parva continued. The Mayanti said, "Oh, Cassini, go and find out who that ugly and short-armed Sarati." Ah, my god. I, oh, Cassini, go and find out who that ugly and short-armed Sarati is. Sitting beside the chariot, faultless one, approached him cautiously with sweet words, showing him courtesy, and discovered everything about him. Ah, from what my mind feels and the joy in my heart, I feel that he is King Nala. Cassini, after asking about his welfare, said the words of Parnata to him, and, my beautiful one, listened carefully to his reply. While Damayanti watched from the terrace, Cassini softly approached Bahuka and said, "Best of men, you are welcome here. I wish you happiness. Oh, bold among men, now listen to what Damayanti says. When did you all set out? And with what object have you come here? Tell us truly, for the princess of Vidarbha wishes to know." Bahuka replied, "The king of Kosala heard from Abrahamana that Damayanti will hold a second Swayambara, and Rituparna flew here in this chariot yoked to horses swift as the wind, steeds which could fly 100 yohanas. I am his Sarati." Cassini then asked, "Who is the third among you? Whose son and whose son are you? And how have you become a charioteer?" Bahuka replied, "The third one was a charioteer of Nala, and his name is Barsneya. Beautiful one. After Nala left his kingdom, Barsneya came to the son of Bangasura. I am skilled in horse lore, and so I have been made charioteer. Indeed, King Rataponak himself chose me as his charioteer and cook." Cassini said, "Perhaps Barsneya knows where King Nala has gone, and, oh Bahuka, he might also have spoken to you about his master." Bahuka said, "Barsneya brought the children of Nala here and then left. He does not know where Naishadha is, nor does anybody else know Nala's whereabouts, for the king wanders over the world in disguise and is spoiled of his natural beauty. Only Nala knows who Nala is, for he does not seem like himself anymore, not in the least particular." Cassini said, "The Brahmana who went to Ayodhya repeated these words suitable to female lips. Oh, beloved gambler, where have you gone, tearing off half my piece of cloth and abandoning me? Your devoted wife, asleep in the woods, your wife waits for you in half a garment still, burning with grief day and night. Oh, Kshatriya, relentless towards her that weeps ceaselessly for you and give her reply, illustrious one. Send her a soothing message, for she hungers for your words. When you hear what the Brahmana said in Ayodhya, you made a reply. The princess of Vidarbha wants to hear again the words you then spoke. Hearing Cassini, Nala's heart ached and his eyes filled with tears. Steadying his voice that shook, restraining his grief, that king repeated what he had said to the Brahmana. Though overtaken by calamity, these women still protect themselves and thereby secure heaven. Even when deserted by their lords, these women never become angry, but continue to live seated in virtue's mail, deserted by one fallen into calamity, bereft of sense, and deprived of bliss. It still does not become her to grow angry. A virtuous woman must not be angry with one that had his garment taken by birds, as he strove to find food. One who, besides, burns in misery. The chaste woman will never be angry after seeing her husband in that plight, despoiled of his kingdom, bereft of prosperity, oppressed by anger, and overwhelmed by catastrophe. Nala could not contain his grief anymore and began to cry. Cassini went back to Damayanti and told her everything, also about the outburst of sorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry, I simply want to see what's going to happen now. Let me continue. Canto 75. Nell'Opachia parva continue. Brigadas says, Damayanti heard everything and sorrow overwhelmed her, too. She suspected the man beside the chariot was Nala. She said, Oh, Cassini, go again and study Bahuka. Staying silent beside him. Mark his conduct, lovely one. Whenever he does anything skillful, mark it well, how he does it. And Cassini, whenever he asks for water or fire, be in no hurry to give it to him. Study him carefully and come and tell me how he is and what he does. All that is human and also whatever is superhuman. Everything. Cassini went to Bakuka, and having observed him, that master of horses, with great care, she returned to Damayanti. She told Damayanti all that happened, everything both human and superhuman that she had seen in Bakuka. Cassini said, Damayanti, I have never seen or heard of a person of such control over the elements. Whenever he comes to a low passage, he never stoops down, but seeing him, the passage itself grows in height so that he may pass through it easily. At his approach, impassable narrow openings open wide. King Bhima sent diverse kinds of meal, of various meats, for Ritapurna's food. Many vessels had been set down there for washing the meat. As Bahuga looked at them, the vessels were full of water. Having washed the meat, he set himself to cook. He took up a handful of grass and held it in the sun, and fire blazed up on all of a sudden. I saw this marvel and came here amazed. Further, I witnessed other great wonders in him. Most beautiful one, he put his hand into the fire and was not burned, and at his will, falling water, eh, probably, and at his will, falling water flows in a stream. Another still greater wonder I saw. He took some flowers and kneaded them slowly with his hands. They were not garage, but became brighter and more fragrant. All this I saw and hurried back to you. Welcome, Osharko. I hope you're doing fine. Damayanti heard all this and knew this was Nala, and felt she already had him back. Suspecting that Bahuka was her husband, tears in her eyes, she said to Cassini softly, My beautiful one, go out again and, without Bahuka knowing, fetch some meat that he has cooked. Always eager to please Damayanti, Cassini went to where Bahuka was, and without him noticing, took some hot meat which he had prepared and took it back to Damayanti, who immediately tasted it. Having eaten meat cooked by Nala before, she felt even surer that Bahuka was her husband, and wept. Oh, Mahabharata, overwhelmed by grief, she then washed her face and sent her two children with Cassini to Bahuka, recognizing Indrasena and her brother, He ran to them, embraced the children, and took them onto his lap, even as if they were children of the devils. Shaken by deep sorrow, he wept aloud. Naishadha then suddenly puts them down and said to Cassini, "Fair maiden, these twins are so like my own children that seeing them suddenly made me cry. If you come often to me like this, people may think evil thoughts, for we are guests from another land. Therefore, blessed one, go at your ease." Okay, I think the only sensible analysis here might be that I thought okay, although the hidden message might be comprehensible for both of them, um, they do have the capacity of not knowing if it is fully what they wish it to be. So they do have to analyze those things to understand if if it is true that what they are observing in this case, if it is each other's lover or not, is real. In this case, it does mean that both of them are trying their best to. Well, not both of them. Nala already knows that that the Mayanti is the Mayanti because she never changed. So the Mayanti is trying to know fully if Nala is who he's trying to hide he is, basically. Um, Something like that. I don't really know. Kind of, kind of hard to make any particular analysis at this point. I think it is more like a story that has no real, not no real message. This particular canto has no real message so far. I think I don't know, but yeah. Eh, I mean, those things probably were real at the end of the day. Even if, even if, what is it? Even if you had no no real documentation in those times, it was still necessary for them to carry out ways to recognize each other and ways to keep a track of their civilians and such. So technology like IDs were a thing of the era, kind of. But yeah, yeah. I mean, uh, okay, a little bit of story. It it happens that the Mahabharata has a lot of magic inside of it, so the name of Nala is one guy, and also the same person has been transformed by magic into somebody completely different, who has even a different name and a different story to justify who he is. So this isn't your fiction story. This is more like a full epic, full of crazy things, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. That's the explanation that I can provide. No, it's not that complex, I guess. Kind of the opposite. More complex to follow because there are weird things happening all around. I mean, I mean, there was even the part of he grabbed a little bit of grass and it set ablaze in the sun. So yeah, there might be weird things happening. But yeah, that was Canto 75. Continuing into Canto 76, Nalopakiana Parva continued. Brigadas was says, seeing the agitation of the Virtus and Wesnala, Cassini went back to the Mayanti and told her everything. Sorrowing, eager to see Nala, the Mayanti sent Cassini now to her mother with this message. I suspect that Bakuka is Nala, and I have tested him in various ways. The only doubt which remains with me is his appearance, and I mean to examine him myself. Mother, either let him into the palace or give me leave to go to him. arrange this either with the knowledge of my father or without. Her, her mother told Bhima of Damayanti's intention and he will give his consent. Bharata Rishabha. With both her parents' consent, Damayanti had Nala fetched to her apartments. When he saw her suddenly before him, Nala was overwhelmed and he sobbed and tears streamed down his face. Damayanti, best among women, saw him like that and she was also grief stricken. O king, wearing a strip of red cloth and her hair matted in hatha, covered with dust and dirt, Damayanti said, "O Bahuka, have you ever seen a man that knows Dharma abandoning his sleeping wife in the earth of a jungle? Who but the virtuous Nala could desert his exhausted wife in the Vana? Of what offense was I guilty in his eyes, that my lord, since my early youth, should leave me like that and go away while I slept? Why did he, whom I chose over the devas, abandon his devoted and always loving wife, and the mother of his children besides? Before the sacred fire and in presence of the gods, he took my hand, bowing, I will be yours, O Parantapa. What happened to that bow when he left me?" As she spoke, tears flowed down her face. Nala also shed tears, plus black as those of the gazelle with extremities of red. He said, "Soft and gentle one, neither losing the kingdom nor abandoning you was my doing, but both were because of Kali, best of chaste women. You caused Kali in the forest, and he possessed me, and began dwelling in my body. Burning with your curse, he lived in me like fire within fire. Through Bharatas and Tapasya, blessed one, I have vanquished that rage, so that our grief might end. The sinful spirit has left me, and that is how I have come here. I have come here only for you and nothing else. But, gentle one, will any other woman forsake her loving, devoted husband, and seek a second lord as you have? At the command of the king, messengers are ranging this earth, crying, Bhima's daughter will choose a second husband worthy of her. Immediately on hearing this, the son of Bangasura has arrived here. When she heard Nala lament thus, Damayanti, frightened and trembling, said with folded hands, "It does not become you, blessed one, to suspect any fault in me. King of the Nishadhas, I ignored the Devas themselves and chose you as my husband. It was to bring you here that my Brahmanas went forth in all directions to every horizon, singing my words as ballads, Rahan. At last, a learned Brahmana, Kalparnada, found you in Kosala, in the palace of Ritapurna. When you answered the message he carried, O Naishadha, I devised this plan to get you back. Lord of the earth, there is no one in the world who can cover 100 yohanas in a day with horses. O king, touching your feet, I can swear that I have never seen, not even in thought. May the all-witnessing air that courses through this world take my life if I have sinned. May the sun that courses through the sky take my life if I have sinned. May the moon that dwells within every creature as a witness take my life if I have sinned. Make these three gods who sustain the three worlds in their entirety declare that I speak the truth, or let them forsake me today. The wind god said from the sky, "Oh, Nala, I tell you truly, she has done no wrong. O king, the Mayanti has protected your family honor. She has enhanced it. Of these were the witnesses, as we have been her protectors for these 3 years. It is for your sake alone that she devised this unrivaled scheme. For, other than you, none on earth can travel 100 Yohanas in a single day. Oh, Naishadha, you have found Bhima's daughter, and she has found you. You have no cause to be suspicious, but be united with your wife." When the wind god had spoken, flowers fell from the sky, and the drums of heaven sounded, and auspicious breezes blew. Seeing those wonders, Nalabarantapa cast away all his doubts about Damayanti. He remembered the serpent king, put on the pure garment, and regained his native form. Seeing him back to himself, Bhima's daughter, of faultless limbs, embraced him and wept. Nala also clasps her, his devoted wife, and his children, a new great joy, burying her face in his chest. The lovely, white Damayanti began to sigh heavily, remembering her griefs, overwhelmed. The tiger among men stood for some time, clasping the discovered Damayanti of sweet smiles. Rahan, the Queen Mother, joyfully told Bhima everything that had passed between Nala and Damayanti. That mighty monarch said, "Let Nala pass this day in peace. I will see him tomorrow, after his bath and prayers, with Damayanti by his side." Pleasantly, the couple passed that night, also telling each other all about what had chanced with them in the forest. So, their hearts full of joy, Nala and the princesses of Vidarbha passed their days in the palace of King Bhima, intent upon making each other happy. It was 4 years after losing his kingdom that Nala was reunited with his wife, and, all his desires gratified, once more experienced the highest bliss. Damayanti rejoiced at having recovered her lord, even as fields of tender plants on receiving a shower of fine rain. Having Nala back, Bhima's daughter blazed forth in beauty, her weariness gone, her anxieties dispelled, and welling over with joy, even like a night that is lit by the bright disk of the full moon. Uh, uh, yes, probably a romance trauma. um, I guess basically bliss, pure, pure entertainment, pure, pure enjoyment, pure what how is it said here? Highest bliss, a moment of highest bliss possible. That is what we observe here. Uh, also, uh, okay, we have still more. But well, that was Canto 60, no, 76. Continuing to Canto 77, Naropakiana Parva continue. Brigadas was says, hmm? What time zone? I think it is UTC 3 or -3, something like that. Easier to say, Argentinian time zone. Or it is around like 4 a.m. almost. That's the time basically. Uh, I mean, probably, but I also don't want to sing. I don't want to sing kind of style, and I'm not going to. I mean, we are also close to finishing the. Do not be like this with me. I do so much here, and you're telling me to go to sleep. Anyways, yeah, this is. We'll continue a little bit more. I mean, let me see how much. One, two. Yeah. Don't worry. I can't drink any more water because I already downed like 2 liters in the last, I think, 3 hours or so. So I, oh my god, we have three cantos. After three cantos, we're done. That is basically like 6 pages. I think it was. We fully done. This is perfection. Yeah. Okay. We have three more cantos, and after that we're done with this. And I will have to sing because it won't take long enough for me to avoid Wongkum. But anyways, yeah. Let me continue. Then. No, please, no waking. Thank you. Canto 77. Naropakiana Parva continued. Brigadas was says, having passed that night, Nala wearing royal ornaments and with a radiant Damayanti by his side, presented himself before the king. Nala saluted his father-in-law with becoming humility. After him, the fair Damayanti paid her respects to her father. With untold joy, the noble Bhima received him as his son and honored him duly with his devoted wife, and comforted him, accepting the homage paid to him. Nala, in return, offered Bhima his services, as became him. When the people saw Nala, they were overjoyed. An uproar of delight arose in the city. The citizens decorated the city with flags and standards and garlands of flowers. The streets were watered and decked in garlands. The people piled flowers at their gates, and all the shrines and temples were adorned with flowers. Ritapurna heard that Bahuka was united with Damayanti, and he was glad. He called Nala and begged his forgiveness. The intelligent Nala also asked Ritapurna's forgiveness for diverse reasons. After being honored by Nala, Ritapurna said to Naishata, through good fortune, you have been reunited with your own wife and you have found happiness. Oh, Naishadha, while you lived in my house, I hope I did not wrong you in any way. Oh, Lord of the Earth, if I did knowingly do you any wrong, forgive me. Nala replied, Oh, King, you have never done me the slightest injury. And even if you did not rouse my anger because you deserve to be forgiven. You were my friend and also ruler of men. You are related to me. Now on, I will find greater delight in you because I lived so happily in your house. All my desires satisfied, indeed, more happily than in my own home. This as Shastra, knowledge of horses is something I have. If you wish, I will give it to you. Saying this, Naisatha gave Rituparna that secret science, and the latter took it with the ordained rites. Bangasura's son thus received the mysteries of horses and taught Nala those of dice play. Then, taking another charioteer, he returned to his own city, Rahan. After Rituparna had gone, Nala did not stay long in the city of Kundina. Let's rush to finish this. Canto 78. Naropakiana Parva continued. Brihadaswa says, Kaunteya, Nala lived in Bhima's city for a month. Then, with Bhima's leave, he set out from Kundinas, taking just a few men with him. With a single white chariot, 16 elephants, 50 horses, and 600 foot soldiers, that illustrious king swiftly entered the Nishadha kingdom, his anger swollen and making the earth tremble. Virasena's mighty son went to his brother Pushkara and said to him, Let us play again, for I have earned vast wealth. Let Damayanti and everything else that you own be my stake, Pushkara, and let this kingdom be yours. Let the play begin. I am determined. Let us stake everything that we own along with our lives. Having won another's wealth or kingdom, it is high dharma to wager it again when the owner demands. If you do not care to play with dice, let us contend with weapons instead, O king. Let one of us, either you or I, find peace through single combat. The rishis have all said that a lost ancestral kingdom must be recovered under all circumstances and by any means. Pushkara, choose one of the two, gambling with dice or bending the bow in battle. Tierra and Pushkara answered laughingly, Nisarka, it is good fortune that you have earned wealth enough to gamble. Good fortune also that Damayanti's ill luck has at least come to an end. O king, it is good fortune that you are still alive with your wife, Mahabaho. I will win all your newfound wealth, and your Damayanti will wait upon me as an Apsara does upon Indra in heaven. Oh, Naisatha, I think of you every day, and I have been waiting for you. For I find no pleasure in gambling with anyone not related to me by blood. Today, I will win the exquisite Damayanti of faultless features and consider myself fortunate indeed, for she has always dwelt in my heart. Nala's eyes turned red with anger, and he wanted to cut off Pushkara's head. However, instead, he said with a smile, "Let us play. You have vanquished me, and you can say what you like. But come, let us play." The game began between Pushkara and Nala, and in a single throw, Nala won back everything that he had lost, along with the life of his brother, which had also been wagered. Smiling, Nala said to Pushkara, "This whole kingdom is not mine, and, worst of men, you cannot even dare look at the princess of Bidarvha now. Fool, you and all your family shall now be her slaves. But, though you did not know it, whatever you did was never your own doing, but Kali did it all. So I shall not impute another's crime unto you. Live happily, as you choose. I spare your life. I also grant you your share in the kingdom and its wealth. Kshatriya, have no doubt that my affection for you is as before, undiminished, as is my brotherly love. You're my brother, Pushkara. Live in peace and joy for 100 years." Nala embraced Pushkara repeatedly and gave him leave to return to his own city. And Pushkara saluted his brother of Dharma and said to him with folded hands, "O king, who grant me both life and refugee, let your fame be immortal, and may you live happily for 10,000 years." Entertained by the king, Pushkara lived there for a month and then went home to his own city, taking his kindred with him, as well as many obedient servants and a large force of soldiers. His heart was full of joy, and that bull among men blazed forth in splendor like a second Surya, thus establishing Pushkara, giving him wealth and freeing him from his debt. Nala entered his own magnificent palace. The king of the Nishadyas now comforted his people. Citizens and people from the countryside were awash with joy, led by the officers of state. The people said with folded hands, "O king, throughout the city and the rest of the country, your people rejoice today that we have our sovereign back, even like the Devas, the lord of 100 yagnas." One more. One more with this we're done. Canto 79. Nelopagiana Barba continued. Brigadaswa says, "Fear of every kind left the city. It well with joy. Nala took a large force with him and fetched Damayanti from her father's home. Bhima, of awesome prowess, slayer of enemies, of immeasurable soul, sent his daughter back after honoring her duly. When the princess of Vidarbh had arrived with her son and daughter, King Nara began to pass his days in delight, even like the king of the Devas in the gardens of Nandana. Having regained his kingdom and shining forth among the kings of Kambudvipa, Nala ruled again. Numerous sacrifices he performed, with abundant gifts to Brahmanas. Maharajan, Yudhishthira, you also will soon blaze forth in glory with your brothers and your kin. For, O best of men, it was through dice that great Nala and his wife fell into distress. Lord of the earth, Nala suffered direly and all alone before he recovered his prosperity, while you, Pandava, your heart set on Dharma, sport and joy in this great forest, not alone, but with your brothers and Krishna. You keep the company of blessed Brahmanas who know the Vedas and the Rankas. You have a small cause for sorrow. Besides this Itihasa of Tinaga, Karakotaka, of Damayanti, of Nala, and of that Ragarishi Rituparna destroys evil. This tale of unfading glory banishes the influence of Kali, and it comforts those like you who listen to it. Reflect upon the uncertainty of all human endeavor. It does not become you to exalt or grieve at prosperity or adversity. Having listened to this tale, be comforted, O king, and do not yield to sorrow. A great king like you shall not succumb to calamity. Men of self-possession reflect upon the caprice of destiny and the futility of labor, and they never allow themselves to be dejected. Adversity will never lay its hand upon those who repeat the noble history of Nala, as well as those who listen to it. He that listens to this old and excellent Itihasa has his purposes crowned with success, and without doubt finds fame besides sons, grandsons, and high position among men, worlds, and animals, health and happiness. Also, Rahan, let me dispel forever the fear you keep in your heart that someone might summon you to another game of dice. Invincible Yudhishthira, I know the science of dice plays in its entirety. I am pleased with you, Countella. Take the arcane science from me. Vaisampayana continued. Gladly then, Yudhishthira says to Brihadaswa, illustrious one, I want to learn the science of dice play from you. The Rishi imparts that art to the high-souled son of Pandu, and having done so, the great sage leaves for the sacred waters of Hayasirsa for his ablutions. After Brihadaswa has gone, some Brahmanas and ascetics who come to him from various parts, from holy theatres of pilgrimage, from mountains and forests, tell Yudhishthira, Dhritarashtra, that Arjuna of lofty intelligence, Sabya still sits in the most austere tapasya, living only upon air. Yudhishthira hears that Arjuna performs penance so fierce that no one else has done before him. His mind controlled, his vows unfaltering, sworn to perfect Mona, Pritason, Dhananjaya, through his tapasya, blazes forth like Dharmadeva himself in his embodied form. O king, the Pandava hears that his precious brother sits in such a terrible penance in the great jungle and grieves for him. His heart burning with sorrow, the eldest son of Pandu seeks consolation in that deep vana from the Brahmanas there, men of diverse and profound knowledge. That we finished. What is it? The Alopakiana Parva. Truly, uh, I, Among Us, amazing. Sorry. What the fuck? Why is hitting a or something like that? I don't know. What the fuck? It's like 4 a.m. Who is hitting the dog at this hour? Who's so violent? I don't know. Yeah. We are done. Just in case. Bunko Marco's still here? Yeah, no? I guess we are here, Bunko. Because if not, you already know the deal. I want. Wait. Bunko isn't answering. Bunko Mario gone? No. Oh my god, no. We lost him. We lost Bunko. This is so over. This is so over. Bunko is gone. We have no Gangnam Style to sing. No. Okay. Hiro Bunko. Welcome. So well, yeah. We have then we survived through this. So I guess it is my obligation to do what you have requested, my lord. Also, it isn't that I'm whispering, it is that I forget to be close to the mic, my bad. But yeah, I have now to do only one thing, and that one thing is here we are. Wait, because I have to mute this, have to activate this, and yeah, we have to go for. Wait, let me copy this so that I can know where I left this reading session in. Well, I mean, we really did a lot of reading. We did almost like 50 pages, I think it is. Almost. Like 45 or so. But, well, this one was interesting. So, that's nice, I guess. Nah, it's a lie. You also redeemed, what was it? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. And I have the logs of that. You can't even lie. But yeah, I should have background noise activated. No, yeah, okay. Uh, Wait, why is the microphone so low? Or is it my voice that ended up being more like whispers? No, right? Probably. Yeah, that makes more sense in reality. But yeah, anyways, I will prove it later on. Anyways, here we are. Let me end this. So yeah, you'll notice. Opa Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. 나서 온서 인고 기서 인교차 겹이가 저려로 나온 평균교차 방음 모습과 새로운 가슴 모든 교차 결혼 번손 이름 교차 너는 사나해 나 주놓고나 손을 두르고나 사나해 검백검 시간 손을 원서도로 사나해 맘이 오명은 생각 야식용은 사나해 거는 사나해 그런데 우사란 수로 가로노 가로 바로 하는데 우사란 수로 가로노 가로 바로 지금 너도 어떻게 가볼까 가가가 오빠 강남 스타일 강남 스타일 오빠 강남 스타일 강남 스타일 오빠 강남 스타일 sexy lady 오빠 강남 스타일 sexy lady 청춘 가입을 많은 저승여자 이틀치 비면 몇것도 없냐리 붕은 여자 가로치마 완강만한 친구력한 여자 결혼경 지원 띄운 여자 너는 사나해 그녀 숨겨지만 너는 사나해 정거정은 요청 모습이 주연 변수는 사나해 뼈다 사나기 좁은 모습이 사나해 그건 사나해 아는데 우사란 수로 가로나요 가로 바로나요 아는데 우사란 수로 가로나요 가로 바로나요 지는 병을 것이 기도 보고 가가가 Gangnam Style Gangnam Style 오빠 Gangnam Style Gangnam Style 오빠 Gangnam Style Sexy lady 오빠 Gangnam Style Sexy lady 저는 가보는 baby baby 나는 변수면 저 아는 저는요 그냥 what's on your baby baby 너는 what's your 아는 come what I'm saying 오빠 Gangnam Style sexy lady 오빠 Gangnam Style sexy lady 오빠 Gangnam Style sweet thank you wait there is yeah I certainly a nice song what a crazy thing that I never heard about it before right Hukum anyways yeah here we are we finished so I guess we can raise someone no then we how much do we take it for the next you can make a redeem literally for the stream like you have the the what is it? A song to sing. That is the only way that I am going to sing something. But yeah, you can make it. Uh, there is literally no problem in that. I mean that realm is there because I certainly wouldn't sing out of nowhere. I I think so. The no next stream, okay. Next stream. The rap. The Donkey Kong. Wait, what's this? What? Decay. But like when? What? Let me see. What is this about? Dicky. What is what is Dicky rap? I don't know what is this, but anyways, yeah. Uh, I guess I'll do that. Uh, sorry, no, I don't know that. I failed. I failed my Grand Kirkhope reps. Yeah, we have. What is it? Go to sleep, samurai. We have a we have a sleeping schedule to fix or something like that. Let me see who tried. That game is hard. There might be too much people. One second to I wanna see this. Yes, this is what we're reading. Anyways, as always, yeah. I mean, I will have to do it. Don't worry. Lately, but it also says next stream, so I will be considerate of the request, and I want to do it right now. Don't worry. We're not lying somehow. Anyways, yeah, we're ready. Who? um, wait, there is. So yeah. Anyways, wait. My bad. I didn't remember to change this one thing. This. Uh, that's everything so far. Once again, thanks. It was a nice ring session. We couldn't avoid singing still. Uh, Open style. I guess someday it will happen that I will. I mean, I am pretty sure I read it like once or twice. Avoid it. But anyways, we had a great time. So as always, thanks for everything. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the nice memories. Thanks for looking. Thanks for viewing. Thanks for watching the mod. Thanks for everything. I guess obviously it will get muted to Gangnam Style as it always does later on. Wait, see, is it really not work? Wait. Sometimes it takes two. No, it really is there. Yeah. Anyways, as always, yeah, that's it. Thanks. Remember to stay safe, remember to stay nice, remember to stay hopeful, and well, whenever we have the possibility, we're getting back here to do something else that isn't a reading next time. And well, even if we don't have the possibility, even if we might as well not find each other once again, it was still nice. Thanks. And still take care of yourself. Now, as I said, we're reading Who Meets Playing Nier Automata. Once again, thanks for everything. Um, right.